community working together to make that hope a reality. That's why we invest in local leadership and conservation around the world, support a network of partners with bold, effective solutions, and establish wildlife funds to save a threatened species across its entire habitat. We connect donors with the conservation work they support and ensure 100% of their money goes to the work they care about. Together, we're building a world where people and wildlife can coexist and thrive.
WCN is perhaps the most extraordinary and successful conservation organization anywhere.
Join us in creating a future for wildlife.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm Collomb. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Wildlife Conservation Network, and I think we start today on those words from Dr. Jane Goodall with a pretty heavy heart, but at the same time also a heavy sense of gratitude. We've lost a global icon. I think many people in the room and many people throughout the day probably will feel that. We've lost a scientific pioneer. For many people here, we lost a friend. We lost a beacon of hope. But at the same time, we also have to celebrate all the things that Jane gave us. And she gave a tremendous amount to WCN. I don't think WCN would be where it is today if it hadn't been for many of the contributions from Jane Goodall. She came to many expos. She spent many hours here. Actually, I'd love to see how many people here have seen or heard Jane at one of the expos before. Just raise your hand. So that's like a lot of people in the room. And how many people actually came to WCN because they first came to see Jane and then stayed on for all the other conservationists? Also, please raise your hand. Or fewer, actually. I don't know how that is. And how many people felt inspired by Jane and when you heard her speak? So I think that's a universal feeling. And when we kind of look around the room, I think we can see the legacy that Jane had on all of us, on the conservation community, and really when you look through all the achievements that she's had on the world. Personally, I grew up wanting to be Jane Goodall. I have this feeling that there are many people in the room who wanted to do the same. I didn't end up being Jane Goodall, but I had the pleasure of working with somebody who had worked closely with her. That individual became a close mentor of mine. I went to hear her speak when I was about 20 years old in Washington, D.C., and I was able to go and meet her in the green room. We had a brief chat. A couple of months later, I wrote her a letter asking her for some career advice. And I had actually written to, I think, over 100 people. And she was probably one of 3 people who wrote me back. And by far, she was the most famous of all of them, the busiest of all of them. And I was just absolutely floored that this global icon, this conservation celebrity, was taking the time to write back to just a student. And I think that's who Jane was. And she inspired me by telling me that I should just follow my dreams, find a way to contribute to conservation in the way that met the needs of conservation, that suited me. She didn't give me a job or anything specific, but she just gave me something to just move forward and make my life what it is. And I think she's probably impacted so many of you around the room with that. She taught me humility. She taught me gratitude in that handwritten letter and the fact that she wrote back. She taught me that a single act of kindness could really make a difference. And I think that was her message of hope that she had for so many of us. And that story isn't unique. And I think that's the point. I think all of you, or many of you, probably have a similar story. It's some sort of exchange with her. When she was here at Expo, she was really engaged. I still have memories of her sitting out there in the sun, and she would sign autographed books after books, and the line would go all the way around, and she just sat there in the sun on a little uncomfortable stool and gave everybody her smile, everybody her time. She would try to walk through the auditorium, and she'd get stopped by everyone, even though it was the end of the day, and she was exhausted, and all she wanted to do was go home. But you would just see the same smiling Jane talking to you. Her colleagues would try to usher her away, and no, she just wanted to go and talk to people. She saw that mission of affecting people one individual at a time, and I think that's what made her so impactful. If you've had a moment of inspiration with Jane, you might have seen, well, there it is on screen right now, a QR code. So outside we'll have a little table, and you can go to that table, you can scan this QR code, and you can write how Jane inspired you, and hopefully we can kind of capture all those stories and make her legacy continue. That inspiration, I think, will continue. That legacy really is in this room. That legacy, I think, is through all of us and through all the conservationists. Jane came to Expo every other year, pretty much. It was really part of her schedule. She loved coming here. She came here, she gave us hope, but she didn't just come here to give us hope. She also came here to be re-inspired, to get hope herself. She would sit in the same seats that you all are sitting on and listen to the conservationists who you'll hear throughout the day and be inspired by their story. She came here because she really valued that sense of connection. She enjoyed meeting people, but she also enjoyed listening to all the success stories from all the conservationists around the world. It isn't just one Jane. It wasn't just about the chimps. It wasn't just about Gombe. It's about all the things that she's been able to do, all the people she's been able to influence through the different programs. And I think that spirit carries on through Expo. So today, it's really hard to put all of our feelings into words, but I think there's no better way to honor her legacy than to carry the work forward, to celebrate all the conservationists that we have with us, to celebrate all the conservation wins, to take it one conversation at a time, one interaction at a time, because it's that sense of connection that makes conservation succeed in the long run. And I think it's that sense of connection that really illustrates what Expo is all about. It's the reason why we're here. It's a sense of interaction. You're not here to just listen to all the conservationists. I think you're really here to interact. We have people who carry out the mission of conservation every day in the field. And then we have hundreds of people like you who really care about conservation, who want to see conservation succeed. And there's often this very big gap between the feeling of wanting to do something for conservation and those people who are doing something with conservation as their life's work. And WCN erases that gap. It bridges that gap. It brings you together so that you can interact with one another and have that direct connection with all of you. So please engage with a conservationist throughout Expo. We'll have a little video at the end that kind of tells you what Expo is going to function, how Expo is going to function. But really, we have people who've traveled thousands of miles. They don't just want to have 10 minutes on stage. They want to spend the whole day with you and ideally stay in touch afterwards as well. So that same kind of feeling also extends to all of you. I know that in my personal life, except for a few exceptions, some of them in the room, I don't have a whole lot of friends who share that same passion for wildlife. So it's really great to be in a room where we're all united by that same desire to ensure that we have a world where people and wildlife can coexist and thrive. That passion that we have for wildlife, for conservation done with communities, I think is what unites us. So let's take advantage of that and talk to each other throughout the day. Before I really dive into the Expo and WCN, I just want to thank a couple of people who have made this really special and able for us to carry out the day. The Disney Conservation Fund and Wilson Sonsini Foundation that have sponsored this event, that are also long-term partners and make a lot of the conservation work possible. I also want to thank the Cal Academy of Sciences, with whom we partnered last night for an event called Wild Night Out at Cal Academy. Just show of hands, how many people were at Cal Academy last night? Cool. Did you all have fun? Yeah. All right. How many people felt more inspired after the event? Okay. And I'm curious, were any of you, did any of you buy your tickets since last night? Like, did you discover WCN last night? No. Okay, so I still want to work on that. I'm so happy to have like dedicated WCN aficionados to come here, but we had about, I think, 1,000 people at the Cal Academy, and I think we knew roughly half of them. So there were another half who were new to us, and I really hope that we can get them engaged in our community. Because I think one thing that's really become clear to me, and even clearer, I think, in these times that we live in, is that we are much stronger together. None of us can achieve this alone. Just like in nature, the sense of diversity that we have is really important. It's part of our strength. It's what makes us resilient. So we really want to lean into that, because when we work together, I think we're unstoppable. There's so much that we can achieve, and wildlife can be a bridge for all the other differences that we have. But we can try to strive for this world where wildlife can unite us and create a healthier ecosystem for us all. The network part of WCN isn't just in our name. It really is that spirit of collaboration that drives us forward. It is part of our mission to really bring together conservationists and supporters so that we can advance solutions for wildlife and people to coexist and thrive. So this networking, this interaction, this bringing together of conservationists and donors is really, really important. So please make sure that you continue to interact with each other throughout the day. The way that we implement all this through WCN is through three kind of core lines of work. The first part is that we equip conservationists and supporters to be more effective at what they do. So for many conservationists, that means that we provide some support for them, strategic guidance. We have opportunities for them to network with each other, for them to meet you. For a lot of the people who come in the room, we provide the service of vetting really effective, successful conservationists so that you can invest in those organizations with confidence, with clarity that your money is going to have the impact that you want it to have. We offer that service to all of you, so please take advantage of it. Come to WCN. If you see any of the conservationists on stage, you're inspired, feel free to support them. We've done all the hard work. You may not have heard of them before, but we vetted those organizations. We know they do great work, and that's really important. I'm not sure why I'm suddenly on stage here on the screen. It's very awkward to see. So please make sure that you connect with those conservationists and that you have this confidence to invest in them. We can do that with a sense of guaranteeing you that if you want to designate your funding to go to a particular organization, we'll guarantee that 100% of that funding gets to that organization or that program. And we can do that thanks to the generosity of many people in the room who invest in WCN itself so that we can honor that 100% commitment. So thank you very much to all of you who invest in WCN so that we can honor that 100% commitment, and thank you to all of you who support the conservationists directly as well. We ensure that all those resources are effectively deployed, because at the end of the day, we really need to get funding out to the front line. It's great for conservationists to have a support network, to be able to talk to each other, but conservation work takes money, and so it's really important to make sure that a lot of that money gets deployed, and it's about 90% of the resources that come into WCN get spent on our programs. About 85% get directly deployed as grants out to conservationists. So it's really important to find efficient ways to get money out to the field with minimal red tape so that people can have access to it pretty quickly. And then we connect, and I think that's one of the most important things that you might see today through the camaraderie, the collaboration that you'll see at Expo. We really try to foster these deep, trust-based relationships between conservationists and supporters, between conservationists and conservationists, between supporters and supporters. It's that sense of networking that really advances us and makes us, I think, more powerful, as I said, stronger together. WCN, over time, has continued to evolve. So we now work in 69 countries, protecting over 210 species. We do that through a number of different programs. We have 28 partners. The latest 2 partners who've joined us are a partner working on manatees in Cameroon, the African Marine Mammal Conservation Organization. They're here, they'll be speaking today, and the Hirola Conservation Program working to protect Somali giraffes and Hirola antelopes in Kenya, and they also are tabling outside. So please make sure that you go meet them. We connect all these conservationists by enabling them to have access to each other, by providing them tools, by deploying this funding, and they really, really grow. When organizations join WCN, after a few years, you could really see the difference in how effective they are, and how resilient they are, and how confident they are, and so the path for growth is really clear and a really transformative journey. Our wildlife funds were really set up to try to reverse the decline of species across their entire range, so we do that for elephants, for pangolins, for rhinos, for lions, for their cousins here in California through the California Wildlife Program. And we've launched a program last year for painted dogs, so I hope people will continue to support the Painted Dog Fund. And this year, we were proud to launch the Sea Otter Fund. So we're continuing to expand these opportunities to invest across the range of those species through these wildlife funds. We also invest in up-and-coming local conservationists through our Rising Wildlife Leaders program. We provide them with opportunities for mentorship. I think it's really important for young conservationists in those countries to see that conservation can be a career, and there's no better way for them to be inspired and to be supported in that when they see other people from their own country, from their own region with that path. And we have some of our Rising Wildlife Leaders program here in the room. Actually, I'm going to point that out. Can you just stand up so that we have at least one? I don't know if we have more. One. There we do. Thank you. So please go talk to them as well. Some of them will be on stage. Others will just be at those tables. But that's really the scale and scope of the conservation efforts that you all are part of, that you all enable, is through all these different programs, all these different conservationists. So all the stories that you will hear throughout the day are proof that this model really works. And especially this first session that we'll get into is about all those conservation wins. An investment in all these programs is really an investment in the future of our planet, a good investment in conservation. So you're about to meet a lot of these great conservationists. As I said, go out and engage with them. We have a little video to share with you so that you can understand how to make the most of Expo. We'll roll that, and then we'll start with our first session right after.
Ready to embark on your conservation adventure? Let's turn you into an Expo expert in under 2 minutes. 2 stages will run presentations simultaneously throughout the day. Check your schedule to plan which session speaks most to you. And remember, every presentation will be recorded and available on WCN's YouTube page, so you won't miss anything that matters to you. Between sessions, here's where the real magic happens. Head out to our marketplace. And this isn't just shopping, it's direct connection with conservation. Almost every booth is staffed by conservationists from that organization, and they are eager to share their stories and answer your questions one-on-one. Most items you see have been crafted by local artisans from the communities where our partners work. When you purchase these treasures, you're directly supporting both conservation projects and the families who created them. It's conservation in action. Remember to bring your receipts to the checkout counter near the entrance when you're ready to take your purchases home. For easy navigation, scan the QR codes on any screen around the venue to access our mobile schedule with real-time updates. And when hunger strikes, you'll find food just outside. And Chase Center's Stripe City is within walking distance. Remember, today is about connection. Connect with fellow wildlife enthusiasts, engage deeply with conservationists who've traveled the world to be here, and discover how your passion can translate into real impact. Your Expo adventure starts now.
Okay, so now everybody knows how Expo is going to unfold, and we're going to start right now with our first session, which we've dedicated to conservation wins. Too often I feel that we open up the newspaper or turn on the news and we get these pretty sad, depressing stories where we feel that there's absolutely no hope. And I think in honor of Jane, we've got to turn that around. I think Expo is really the counter to that. Expo is full of hope, and we have so many conservationists who can share stories of their successes. So that's what this first session is about. We've got 3 amazing storytellers who will share their stories from Colombia to Malaysia to the central steppes of Asia, and they'll share their stories how they've turned things around for their species and providing hope. We'll start with a dear friend, a colleague from Proyecto Tití, Dr. Rosamira Guillen. Rosamira, you can come on up. Rosamira is an incredible conservationist.
Thank you, JJ.
Great to see you. Rosamira is an incredible conservationist, an amazing human being. I've had the pleasure of visiting her in the field with her team. She's done a fantastic job at really fostering a safer environment for cottontops, but also for young Colombian conservationists. So her impact on conservation is being felt way beyond that cutest little monkey, and I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi, very much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here this morning. I could not start my presentation. Nope, the one before, sorry. I could not start my presentation without sharing this very special moment for us, and a very cute gesture of love for cotton-top tamarins from Dr. Jane. And even more because the person on that costume is my daughter, who came with me to the Expo that year, and she got a kiss from Jane. So very special moment, and we at Proyecto Tití have nothing but gratitude, inspiration, and commitment to take Dr. Jane's legacy far, long, and beyond. So thank you, Dr. Jane, for that. Thank you. And while we talk about love and cotton-top tamarins, look at all that love happening in the forest there. Mom and Dad are having a very special moment while Junior is taking care of a couple of babies in his bag, while Mom and Dad share some grooming. Cotton-tops are 1-pound monkeys. They're about the size of a squirrel. This is their actual size. And despite the size difference, they're very much like us humans. They hang out like us, with our families, family groups, mom, dad, and the kids. Babies learn everything from their parents, just like we do. They are very territorial, so they really protect their homeland in the forest. They really protect their family. There's always one watching for threats, for any hungry snakes or raptor birds that would love to have a cotton top for lunch. And they have a very, not very good manners, though, just putting his behind on top of the head. But they do have a very important role in the forest because they feed mostly from fruits that grow on the trees. They swallow the seeds, and when they move around within their territory, when they poop, they're planting trees every day, all days, and making the forest where they live on a healthy forest and a growing forest. But what makes them really special is and unique, I would say, is the fact that they're only found in that little red dot of our planet. And it is the country of Colombia. And not even in the whole country. They're only in that black spot that you see in the northern region of our country. That's it. Nowhere else in the wild you will see cotton-top tamarins. But unfortunately, that same area of Colombia is an area where cattle ranching and agriculture have torn down about 92% of the forest that they used to be there before. So cotton tops are facing lots of threats because of deforestation, because fragmentation, and on top of that, they get hunted for the pet trade. And that is why they are considered a critically endangered species. And, well, our work is to not let that happen. For many years at the beginning, we focused on studying the species, understanding how they live, and understanding how we can make a difference for them. And, of course, understanding that deforestation and habitat loss is the main threat, we slowly shifted into working to secure that they have a home. And for the last 10 years, we have focused on exactly that, through many different ways. One of those ways is creating protected areas, protecting whatever little piece of forest that is left. We're trying to protect it, and we have worked with environmental authorities to do this. So far, we've been able to protect at least 13,000 acres of forest and 4 cotton-top tamarins. But, thank you very much. But we have also worked with the farmers because they are usually cutting trees and cutting the forest to plant their crops or to bring their cattle ranching activities. So we create conservation agreements in partnership with other organizations, and they commit to protect corridors of forests within their land, and they get incentives for that, and they get also training to do sustainable farming. But those corridors are becoming like a spider web that is connecting protected areas so that the monkeys can move around freely and find resources. because they never come down to the ground. These guys are always up in the trees. When they come down to the ground, they become vulnerable to predators, so they never do that. And then that can bring other problems for the species. And then also we have purchased land, which has been that's 2,500 acres we've protected of forest corridors. But we've also, it's not passing. The slides are not passing, sorry. We've also protected, created our own forest reserve, the Los Titíes de San Juan. Can you guys help me out with the slides? Okay, good, thank you, appreciate it. So we have created our own forest reserve, and thanks to you in this room today, last year we had a big win, conservation win. We were raising funds to buy this large property with the red outline, and now our reserve looks like this. So we have about 2,500 acres of land that is now dedicated to cotton-top tamarin, and it's also 2,500 acres. But this new land, this is what it looks like. This was a land that was used for cattle ranching for over 30 years. So it's mostly pastures, bare land, and scattered trees here and there, right? Which is a good win protecting the land, but it's no good for the monkeys. So now our next challenge is to turn something that looks like this into something that looks like this. That is our next win that we're hoping to get. And thankfully, we have learned how to do that over the past 8 years. Lots of trial and error, lots of working with the community to learn how to bring back a forest. And you would think it's a matter of just planting trees and the forest grows, but there's a lot of work behind bringing back a forest, starting with collecting the seeds from mature trees, germinating them, waiting for them to spur up, preparing a good soil that works for all the different 70 different plant species that we work with in the nursery. And then once they are like a foot and a half or 2 feet up, then we have to tag them so that we can monitor their growth, their survival. And then we have to hire an army of people to help us bring these saplings from the nursery into the planting areas. And then they get all ready to start digging holes and put in some hydro retainer for the dry season, and then planting the tree. But that doesn't end that either. Then every year we go back and then measure survival and growth, just so that we can do some science along and learn how it's all working. And thankfully, we've been able to keep 70% survival after 3 years, which is amazing for a dry forest, because we're talking about 4 to 6 months of no water. So we've learned when to plant them, how to plant them, and then our monitoring work is giving us a lot of valuable information to improve as we go. And check out how it's all looking. Only in 5 years. Go back to 2020. This was done with drone images. 2020, 2022, and 2025. So this is the kind of change we are creating on these old pasture lands. And we're starting to see monkeys coming into these areas now. Not to stay, because they need tall trees, and tall trees are not up there yet, but they forage. Some of those trees start producing fruit that cottontops love at an early time, 2-3 years. So it is changing, and I believe, or we believe, we must be doing something right, because besides cottontops, we're starting to see other guys coming into our reserve. This is a puma we spotted on one of our camera traps in 2024 that hasn't been spotted in this area for a very long time. And then again this year, we can tell this is a guy, a boy, right, no doubt. And it was in May of 2025. So that means that the forest is recovering well, that some animal species are coming back. And of course, now having a puma around in our reserve, because we also see the footprints very often in an area, that's bringing another issue, right? So it's coexistence now. So we're starting to learn how to work with neighbors and farmers so that it doesn't become a problem at an early stage. So when we do all this forest conservation and restoration work for cotton-top tamarins, we're doing it for many, many other species that live in this beautiful forest. Not only that, but also for us people, because we have water and we have resources that are very valuable for us. And we pride of the social impact of all of this work. We need a lot of hands to grow the trees. We need a lot of hands to plant them and to monitor them. And we're providing many jobs. 70% of our staff is hired from the local communities, have stable jobs, they can provide for the families. And what a better way to engage people in conservation than providing jobs and a stable income, which is part of the problem. And we connect this to where they have the trees ready, they either plant them in their reserve or in their homes. And so we're trying to connect everything around the forest for cotton-top tamarins. So our next challenge, to restore that bare land that you saw, we need to plant 180,000 trees within the next 3 years. On average, we're planting 15 to 20,000 trees every year. So it is a very ambitious goal that we're hoping to plant. And today, preparing for the first 60,000 in 2026, we've prepared this little campaign, 20 seconds. Thank you. That's going to be on our social media. You can check it out and join us in planting 60,000 trees next year to restore 750 acres of forest. And that's our website. So please come to our table. One tree, $5. If all of you in this room donate one tree today, we'll have an acre of forest starting next year. And if you tell one friend to donate a tree to plant in the forest, we'll have another acre. And acre by acre, we'll continue to grow the forest for cotton-top tamarins, for wildlife, and for people in Colombia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosamira. So I think I forgot one thing before Rosamira got on stage, or maybe that slide wasn't there. But if you want to ask questions to the conservationists, they'll take a few questions after each talk. You can scan this QR code, and then you can type in your questions, and then our team will send it over to us.
Do we have time for questions?
We'll take one question, but
Right.
I'll ask it to you because I already have it. So with all these successes, you've talked about some of the threats that emerge. So what do you feel is the biggest challenge, and what is the biggest need that you have to overcome those challenges with all the pumas and all these other successes that you're seeing? It also makes it more complex. So.
Well, the best win, I'd say, as long as we have the community on our side, that is the most important win. Because we can plant as many trees, but if people continue to use forest resources for subsistence, we're going to continue to have that. So making sure that local communities buy into everything we're doing and find some benefit in either of our programs, even education jobs, temporary jobs, or conservation agreements, all that, anything will add to having the support of a local community. Our needs is funding to plant these trees. Basically, it is because it is a very ambitious goal, and we have learned, we know it's working. Cotton tops are used in the forest, other animals are coming. So we really need to continue on this mission to plant trees, recover the forest. And then again, it's for cotton tops, but it is also for other animals and for people too. And in the coexistence, we're already working on it. So, every win brings another challenge, which is amazing because we keep the energy up and our minds flowing to make things happen. So
I have one last question.
Yeah.
You're here in the United States, different culture, but so how much is it going to cost?
How much is going to cost? Okay.
Next year, your whole planning budget.
$5 each tree, 60,000. So we need $300,000 to
Wonderful.
Raise to from here to the end of this year so that we can plant all those trees. We're going to be hiring many more people to help us with so many trees. So there is a social impact, there's ecological impact, and of course, the impact for the monkeys.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rosamir.
Thank you so much.
So please go find Rosamir and her colleagues at the table outside to continue all those conversations.
Right, yeah, you can come to our table, see the beautiful products, the beautiful plush, and donate your tree today. Thank you.
On your way out, give that clicker over to Amanda. And now it's my pleasure to take a big step in our journey. We're moving from Colombia to Malaysia. And it's my pleasure to welcome Amanda Shia, who is the scientific director for Hutan. Officer, sorry. And Hutan does an amazing work across a number of species anchored around these orangutans that many people have a deep connection to. But really, they are, in essence, the spirit of the forest. And I think Hutan's work also carries that vision forward, engaging people and the whole ecosystem. So without further ado, over to you. And then don't forget to scan the QR code and ask your questions, and we'll have that afterwards.
Thank you, JG. So here is the lush of the Borneo rainforest. So if you stand still, you will notice the vague appearances of wildlife at every corner, accompanied by their calls or even their songs, and some even buzzing mosquitoes. But while us humans, we have to navigate our world by walking onto flat surface, but imagine the extraordinary challenge of living 100 feet above ground. For instance, for baby orangutan, when it's swinging like this, how do they know which branch to hold on to? How do they know what type of food to eat? And how do they know what bark of a tree to munch on? And even when they wanted to sleep, which is the right tree to sleep on? And the answer is very straightforward. It learns from its mom. And, sorry, dry lips. For them, a mother orangutan, they do single parenting. This is where all of the young orangutans, they will learn all of the skills necessary to survive for a period of 8 to 12 years. And this makes orangutans the slowest breeding mammal in the world. And being semi-solitary apes, the female orangutans will have to learn from their mother orangutans the necessary techniques as well as skills so that their next generation can try to survive in the forest. So, for instance, here you'll see this is Malatus. This is a female adult orangutan that is born at our study site in Kinabatangan and with her baby. And the baby here is pursing or puckering its lips and is actually doing a smooching sound, for example, right? And this is a signal to respond. This is a response signal whenever that they feel alarmed. Now, for orangutans, not only that they kiss squeak when they feel alarmed, they would also shake branches, break them, and even urinating, yes. And in this photo, you can see Malatus looks like a proud mom, and for us colleagues who are working below, are glad that Malatus hasn't taught the baby how to kiss squeak and combo it by urinating as well. Aligned to that, Hutan has been following orangutans in Kinabatangan for the past 3 decades, following them to understand how orangutans are adapted and being resilient in it. And there is a saying by an author called Terry Pratchett, knowledge is nothing if it is not shared. And for like mother orangutans, they pass down the knowledge to their younger generation so that they can have all of the skills to survive in the forest. Our mission in Hutan is to pass down the knowledge that we have learned about the environment that we have to the younger generation so that they can understand why is it very important to protect the forest, the environment, and of course the wildlife. Yet, we all know the importance of protecting the forest, saving wildlife. It does not come naturally, unfortunately. This is not innate, and this is something that we all have to learn as we grow. We need educators, we need trainers, we need mentors to inspire the younger generations to understand all of this. Since the early years of Hutan, Hutan's Education Awareness Unit has established the Junior Rangers program. Over the years, the kids in the Junior Ranger program have received continuous education and exposure about the forest. And they, after that, acquired an intimate knowledge and also have a personal relationship with the habitat and the animals that are living there. And I'm proud to say as well, fast forward to now, some of the kids in this Junior Rangers are also are following their parents' footsteps to become Hutan's educators and also field researchers. Recently, next to the protected forest, we are increasingly seeing wild orangutans entering into this agricultural landscape that has been developed to meet with the global demands of today's consumerisms. Now, it's very, very interesting because the orangutans that I've mentioned that are learning how to survive in degraded forests have to teach the next generation of orangutans on how to survive in this modified landscape. Whoop. And for people, one question as well for us we are trying to understand better is orangutan finding this place to be their new home? And for people, of course, orangutan does not seem to belong in this agricultural landscape because, of course, they are of people of the forest, orang-utan. But what if we are wrong? What if the orang-utans are showing us the way to be resilient and adapt into a new reality? We strongly believe that, like orangutans, we need to learn new approaches to coexist with our cousins. In addition, our efforts to protect and save orangutans are connected to so many aspects, meaning we protect the orangutans, we protect the forests, and in that turn, it benefits as well for other wildlife, and ultimately, our people who live in that landscape. But we all know that this requires time, and the work that we do is already there. And we are striving as well to continue engaging and expanding our generations to come to learn to continue our mission in conservation. And right now, our first generation of conservationists are training deeply the second generation of conservationists in Kinabatangan. Parallel to the process where orang-utans are venturing outside of the forest, Hutan is also venturing into a new reality of our work by also moving outside of the forest. So while orangutans are figuring out how to move through the agricultural landscape, we are bringing conservation agenda into wider and newer landscape, the oil palm plantation. We need to engage with more communities. We need to engage with more stakeholders. We need to collaborate with a lot of relevant agencies as well as academic institutions to have conversation about conservation. And this is, of course, something that is very niche and somewhat not comfortable yet, but we have to do it. Believe me, and I think a lot of people also share the sentiment that they say protecting orangutans in protected forests is much more easier comparing to protecting orangutans in human-modified landscape. But I firmly believe this is not our choice to make. This is what conservation it is about. We need to engage with more people. and it's not primarily only to focus on 2 species. However, developing new approaches, expanding our work outside of the forest, this requires more time and more space to do so. With Hutan's new approach, we are envisioning and welcoming new generation to participate, and also a potential opportunity to bring together all of the stakeholders to train about conservation efforts. With this vision, and after 2 years of collaborating and also engaging with stakeholders, just last week it was announced in China that Kinabatangan has officially been recognized as UNESCO's Man and Biosphere Program. So yes, this is a very big achievement. And also, this program provides a roadmap for conservation, sustainable livelihood, as well as educational learning that reflects strongly on the involvement of the local communities, including women and youth. And before I step down the stage, I would like to share this old photo of Hutan during the early years when Hutan was doing educational activity with the kids. And there is one kid over there that stood out, and that is Ellie. So Ellie has been with Hutan since the early stage of Hutan, and he is here with me today representing Hutan at this expo. Yeah, he's waving over there. That's Ellie. So let's just say you guys have any questions and you want to find out more about the work that we do, please come over to our table. And if you do catch us separately or together, we won't kiss squeak. Thank you for listening. Sorry.
You're going to stay on for a few minutes.
Okay.
We'll take a couple of questions, and actually some of them already came through. So the first question was, how do you feel orangutans can coexist in these agricultural landscapes? How do they do in these agricultural landscapes?
They are surprisingly doing I wouldn't say very well, but they know how to go about and move around the plantation. So I guess they're quite resilient and very adaptive. The other part that we are trying to address, of course, is the palm oil plantations, because we are worried that as you can see how strong they swing around the places, they also feed on the palm fruits, and we want to try to see if we can address if it's an issue for the plantation, if it caused a lot of loss towards the palm trees. Because if, let's just say, we are trying to identify to see if the damages that were done by the orangutans could cause a lot of loss for the plantation. And if it does, we want to have a conversation with them to see how we can kind of meet halfway and mitigate together. But the orangutans, they are doing okay going into the plantations. They adapt well.
Okay. And a second question. So congratulations on Kinabatangan. And what kind of new projects will you be able to run from that new designation?
Okay, so now with the new designation with the Man and Biosphere Program, we are going to move forward by engaging all of the villagers that we have along Kinabatangan. So that's about 27 villagers. Several villagers will be chosen, and we will sit with the local communities for them to identify what types of program do they want to do. Do they want to focus on conservation? Do they want to focus on tourism for sustainable livelihood? And after that, we will try to walk them through on how they can start up their own project. But the most important part is that the local communities will be the one to spearhead this project. So yeah, a lot of empowerment and something that they can be proud of as well to do this.
Wonderful. Well, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So please go speak to Amanda and her colleague outside of the tables.
Thank you.
And we're going to take another journey. I'm going to take this back from you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
And now we're going to continue this big travel around the world. I'm going to make this introduction very quick so he can have as much time speaking and not feel so rushed. But we're going to the steppes of Central Asia, and we're going to hear from the leader of the Saiga Conservation Alliance, so he'll tell you about how that works, because it's a very wide set of people that it involves and set of organizations. Peter Damerel is joining us, and he will share the incredible success stories from this amazing animal that Saiga antelopes are. Over to you, Peter.
Is it the green one to go?
It is.
Here we are. Okay, hello everybody, and thank you for coming today. What a brilliantly positive session to be part of as my first ever Expo talk. As Jerzy said, my name is Peter. I'm the new director of the Conservation Saiga Alliance, and I'm here with my colleague Elena, who runs our Uzbek program. I've called our talk today Hope, Collaboration and Progress, and I want to take you on a 19-year journey from a point where we didn't really have any of these three things to a point now where I'm really happy and proud to say that I think we have them in abundance. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Saiga, this is a Saiga antelope. These three here are females. It's an ancient antelope species, a survivor of the Ice Age, and they have a somewhat unique appearance. Lots of people comment on their nasal structure. This dapper chap here is a male. You'll note that the males have horns, whereas the females don't, and that's going to be a key part of our story going forwards. Saiga are found in a landscape which I would say is comparatively poorly known in the West, and that's the steppe grasslands and semi-deserts of Central Asia. Today, they're found in 5 distinct populations. 1 in Russia, 3 in Kazakhstan, one of which is transboundary down into Uzbekistan, and a subspecies that's found in Mongolia. And you might be asking, well, with Saiga occupying such a vast range, I mean, Kazakhstan alone is the 9th largest country in the world, where does the need to conserve come from? And this is the part in my presentation where I start to bend the rules a little bit, because WCN are great, and when they're working with their partners to prepare presentations, they give us lots of guidance, and they help us to avoid doing things like giving really technical, academic-style presentations loaded with jargon and graphs. So this is my first graph. And I'm showing this to you not just because I've been looking at it for 17 years, but because this graph tells in 3 distinct parts the story of Saiga conservation very neatly. And it's a story that starts with a catastrophic population decline. When the USSR collapsed in the 1990s, it led to a period of real economic and societal turmoil in Central Asia. There was a lack of employment opportunities, international borders were open for the first time in generations, and those Saiga horns are a valuable asset. They're highly prized in traditional Chinese medicine. And that led to wide-scale rampant poaching of the males, to the point where there were simply not enough males left alive to fertilize the females. So every spring, year after year, Saiga calves just weren't born. And so the numbers crashed from nearly 1 million individuals to just a few thousand in less than a decade. And so, in 2006, with the help of WCN and others, the Saiga Conservation Alliance was founded with the simple mission of stopping the Saiga from going extinct. And to do that, we needed hope and we needed help. And in part 2 of the story, part 2 of the graph that I'm not really supposed to show you, we got that help by partnering with local conservationists doing applied work on the ground, like Lena in Uzbekistan. And we work with governments, we work with academic institutions, we work with funders. And slowly we started to make some progress. Things were going in the right direction. And by 2015, we had a bit of a positive outlook. But then a disease epidemic swept through 2 of our critical populations. And in the space of 3 weeks, we lost 88% of those Saiga in the population. And so you can see a decade further down the line, we were pretty much back to where we were when we started. So my question to you as an audience is, what's a conservation win from this low point? What does part 3 of this story need to tell for it to be deemed a conservation success? maybe a 20% population increase in the next decade. A lot of species programs would be, well, they bite your hand off for a 20% population increase over a decade. 100% population increase would get us back to the point we were before the disease epidemic. What about if we could get it all the way back to where it was before the USSR broke up? What if we could get back to 1 million individuals? All right, let me show you part 3 of this graph I'm not supposed to show you. 4.1 million Saiga. That's a 2,700% increase in the space of a decade. And if that's not a conservation win, then I don't know what one is. And I really don't have time to get into all the myriad type of activities that we've done to achieve that. Lena can tell you an awful lot about the applied work that she's done on the ground in Uzbekistan with community development programs, an incredibly good environmental education program, all the work they do with rangers to prevent poaching. But I'm going to very briefly highlight something they've done in setting up new protected areas, because I think it's symbolic of the whole Saiga story, where they've taken landscapes which, off the bat, you wouldn't think would be suitable as protected areas, and they've turned them into success stories. When we were started in 2006, there were no functional protected areas in the north of Uzbekistan. Now we've got 2. Aralkum and Saigachi, and they cover 20,000 square kilometers. That's about 16 New York cities. Aralkum is located where the Aral Sea once stood. In the 1960s, this was the 3rd largest lake in the world, until irrigation led to the size of the lake decreasing down to just 10% of its historic size in 2007. Former UN General Secretary called this one of the most severe ecological disasters that mankind has ever caused. But from disaster, there's opportunity. And Aralkum now is recovering. There are new novel landscapes being created. This is an open-air experiment in restoration. And these new novel landscapes are rich. Life is coming back. Resurrection Island is another great example of this. It's a former Soviet biological testing site. Doesn't really sound very suitable for being a biological protection site. But the transformation's taking hold. There's 200 species of vertebrates recorded there now. 160 birds, 23 mammals, including Saiga. I think this is a great example of what you can achieve when you persist. You can imagine the amount of work and risk assessments that come with turning a biological weapons testing site into a site that's now an emerging ecotourism destination. So what now? With all that success, can we knock off early and go to the bar for a celebratory drink? Is it job done? Oh, of course not. This is where the real work actually starts to take hold. We have a whole new scenario for Saiga. It's totally different from when our organization was founded, and we have to adapt now to the new challenges that are coming down the pipeline. I don't have time to tell you all of them, but we have things happening like human-wildlife conflict. We've heard from some of the other presenters here today. We have a generation of people living in the landscape who are not used to Saiga being present. And now they have quite literally millions of them stomping all over their hay meadows and eating their crops. It's the first time ever we have people with resentment against the species. And if that's not nipped in the bud, it has the risk of festering into something really, really bad. The Kazakh government's response to that resentment is that they've announced that they're going to start culling Saiga. This year, they plan to cull 800,000. In December, there'll be a vote at the CITES COP about whether to legalize the international trade in horns again. And I don't have to describe for you how that could potentially allow illegally poached horns to re-enter a legal trade network. Disease remains a threat. You saw that 88% crash in those key populations. Doesn't matter how big your starting population is, losing 88% takes you a long way back from where you were. And in some ways, we're a victim of our own success. When Saiga were critically endangered, our message to funders was incredibly simple. It was an easy narrative. Now it's subtle and it's nuanced, and our funding's dropping off, and the challenges we're faced with are big, multi-partner, multinational challenges that need money, skills, resources to address them. Our challenge is to get people to buy into the fact that what we need to do now is leverage the success that we've achieved rather than abandoning the work to date. Last summer, my soccer club that I support in England won the Premier League, Liverpool. I think they're losing right now as I'm talking, actually. But they won the Premier League, and they could have rested on their laurels. Their team had been proven to be the best. But instead, they went out and they spent £500 million on new players. And because they've been successful, they could attract some of the world's best. And in a way, that's sort of what we plan to do. We're not going to have £500 million to play with, but we've got something that's just as good. We've got friends in all the right places. All those relationships and collaborations that we forged during the tough times and we nurtured are now gilded with the hallmarks of success. Through Saiga, we're able to do incredible conservation in those vast landscapes because we can go and show that we can be trusted to do that. We are listened to. Saiga are the pathway for conservation that affects truly spectacular landscape-scale programs. We have a partner in Kazakhstan that conserves 5 million hectares. Our network structure, those friends, those relationships, allows us to be very efficient too. And in a landscape where it's comparatively overlooked, let's say, being efficient is key to achieving the success that you want and to moving forward with the ambitious visions that we do have. One thing's for sure going forward, and that's that we won't be resting on our laurels. We will be leveraging success, and we will be moving forward. And I hope that in 10 years' time, I'm back here with a part 4 of my illegal graph, and I'll be able to show you a lot more conservation success to come. So I'd like to just quickly wrap up and say thank you to everyone for listening. 19 years in 10 minutes, 12 minutes is a bit of a whistle-stop tour. And for all those who have supported Saiga over the years, I really hope that you look at this and you feel a sense of pride in what you've helped to achieve, because it makes me well up, it makes me feel amazing, and I hope it makes you feel amazing too.
Thank you, Peter. It's been fantastic. We're going to stay on stage for a few minutes. We'll take a few questions, but these stories were very, very inspiring. There's so much conservation optimism to share. You've done a fantastic job sharing those stories, and of course, on behalf of all the conservationists that you work with to lead to those kinds of successes. At WCN, we do try to identify entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, I think, as you know here, are well known for not following instructions, so we don't take it too poorly. But they use illegal graphs. I think it tells a very compelling stories. Plus, as a recovering scientist, I'm okay.
Exactly, you've got to have a little bit of data.
There is a question that came through. There are a couple of questions that came through. One is there anything that international supporters can do to speak out against this planned culling that you indicated?
It's difficult. It's challenging. The conflict situation, and anyone who works on human-wildlife conflicts knows how intractable problems those could become. And this cull is a knee-jerk reaction from a government that doesn't quite know what to do. There's a risk that international condemnation could have a perverse outcome. This is something that needs to be handled with kid gloves. And I think after the outcome of the horn trade vote in December, we'll have a clearer idea of the best way forward. But for now, the best thing that we can do is to present evidence, provide the scientific justifications for the way forward, and to lead with kindness and collaboration rather than shouting from the sidelines saying, that's not right.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'm a little scared of your next answer to this next question, but I'll ask it anyway. I'm afraid we're going to run out of room on the screen for your 4th graph or 5th graph. In the next decade, if all goes well, what's your most ambitious goal?
We turn the screen that way around. I showed you the map of Saiga range. If we're being really ambitious, if we're thinking really, where could we go? The countries where Saiga are found now, that's not the entirety of the historic range. There are countries now with no Saiga in them that did have in the past. Establishing new populations is always really challenging and has to be done very, very carefully, slowly with time. But I think there are windows of opportunity opening up in China and maybe even in Turkmenistan. We had a really great project this year. Lena's just been piloting some solar water pumps, which were funded by generous donations from WCN. And there's a crazy plan somewhere in my head to create a network of these solar water pumps that would enable Saiga to move through a landscape that's drying through climate change and reestablish a natural migration into Turkmenistan. That would be spectacular. They've just joined CITES. The country's opening up a little bit, so let's see if we can leverage that.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, Peter. Please go talk to Peter and Lena at their tables outside. A few other things I want to mention. A couple of the speakers have said, thanks to WCN, we've been able to do this or that. I appreciate it, but it really is thanks to all of you. It's all of your contributions that eventually flow and that you designate to go to these projects. So all those thanks that come to us are really thanks that come to you. Please keep that in mind as you hear people. They just can't necessarily mention all the folks in the room. We are going to end up here. The Slido link that you've seen is actually valid all day. So if you have it on your phone, you could go back to it during somebody else's talk and start to ask your questions right there, and it'll be filtered. We've got people in the back who then feed us the conversations. That goes for both stages. Please come back and join us here at 11:40. We'll have three speakers talk. I just lost my notes. With three speakers talking about grasslands here. So we'll be joined by the team from Ewaso Lions, from Cheetah Conservation Botswana, and from Painted Dog Conservation. Three incredible conservation organizations with great storytellers. If you've seen them or heard them before, you know how inspiring they are. So in the meantime, please go and mingle with each other, but otherwise come back here and listen to those great storytellers at 11:40. Thank you.
Hello, hi, how are you?
Keep talking.
Hello, hi, how are you?
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Please settle down so we can get started. Thank you. All right, welcome back. So for our next session, we're now going to go in the savanna grasslands of Eastern and Southern Africa. And we have 4 incredible speakers. So introducing to you our first speaker from Ewaso Lions, Shivani.
Shingles. That is probably not the first word you expected me to say in a talk about lions. Well, 10 months ago, I barely knew what shingles was. Until, unfortunately, last December, I developed a very painful condition called shingles. And I was unable to work for a few months. I couldn't do this for 3 months. I couldn't use my laptop, I couldn't drive. My whole life changed for a few months. But when I came back to work in March, I didn't take much time to catch up. I was really thinking, how come it really hasn't taken me a long time? And I asked myself a couple of questions. Whilst I was not at work, did Ewaso Lions really struggle? Did we stop getting funding? And did the team have a lot of challenges without me? And the answer to all those questions was a resounding no. And it got me thinking about this extraordinary Ewaso Lions journey that I have been on. We get our name from this amazing river, the Ewaso River in Samburu, northern Kenya. We work in a spectacular landscape, protected areas and community lands, where people, their livestock and wildlife all share the same space. This is a great example of true coexistence. This is how I started. Although now we work in an area of about 2,000 square miles, it was never that big when we began. This was my office, this was my bedroom, this was my kitchen. This is how it all began. And when I started, I was utterly clueless. I didn't know what I was doing. I had no vision. I had no plan. I didn't know when I would do things. I didn't know what I would do. But there was one thing that was so clear to me, and that was why I was there. I learned that lions are in huge trouble. In Africa, only about 20,000 lions remain. And in my country, Kenya, only about 2,000 lions. And that felt like such a huge problem for me as a Kenyan. And that's what drove me forward. I felt it was my duty, my responsibility to secure a future for lions in northern Kenya. This is how it began. From my little car, we set up this little camp for 3 weeks and stayed 7 years. I upgraded my office, and then my life changed when I met these 3 amazing gentlemen, Jeremiah, Francis, and right there in the middle, a familiar face to many of you, 19-year-old Generia. And it was through discussions with them that our vision became clear of what we at Ewaso Lions would do. Our mission is to promote coexistence between lions and people. And it was through this small team, that's how it all came together. It was also through their eyes that I began to understand the Samburu communities and just how important their livestock is. This is their livelihood. It is who they are. I also understood just how connected they are to their land and how important their culture is and how embedded it is in every single thing they do. But the challenges are huge, and this is really what the land looks like most of the time. It's bare, it's degraded, there's no grass. We go through huge droughts. This is a big problem for livestock and communities, and a huge problem for the wild herbivores that lions depend on to survive. And when they struggle to find food, they target livestock. Understandably, this causes a lot of anger and resentment amongst the local communities. They will often go out and shoot the lions in retaliation. This was the first threat we addressed back in 2007. And the way we addressed it was through Generia's brainchild. He said, I'm going to bring on my age group, the young warriors, to stop the killing of lions. And over the last 15 years, they have stopped lions from being killed hundreds of times. But how did we address this issue of habitat? How did we address the issue of the poor land and the degradation? Well, that's when this very special group of women came along, the Mama Simba. And I had two women, Menteli and Parasoy, coming up to me almost weekly in our old camp. Shivani, why are you only working with men? You're a woman. And they had a really good point. And I said, I know. And they said, we want to be involved in conservation, and we can do way more than the warriors do. And they said to me, wildlife belongs to us culturally. As the Samburu women, wildlife belongs to us. We want to be involved. And so they started their own program, Mama Simba, which means Mother of Lions. And it was their vision to protect lion habitat. They do this through a number of ways. They plant grass in grass enclosures, they harvest them, they dig bunds to trap water. They're now managing over 10 acres. Just look at the difference of their grass enclosures inside and outside. There's a number of organizations working on this to really help the land recover. We also have a huge problem with an invasive species. Here in the US, it's known as mesquite. In Kenya, it's mathenge. And the Mama Simbas are out there uprooting mathenge all the time and restoring them with the indigenous toothbrush tree, which is such an important tree for lion habitat and for communities. Just in the last 3 months, our mamas have removed over 1,000 mathenge trees. This is hard work, and they are not stopping until they really clear out all the invasive trees in that area. Last week, I was with our Mama Simbas, and I was having a conversation with them about how the land has changed and what it was like for them as children. And they said, yeah, the land has changed. The river dries up all the time. But it's because we broke the river's rules. And I had never heard this before. They said the Ewaso River has rules, and we have broken them. Now the river dries up, now there's flooding, the trees and the grass, everything's washed away. And it's so important for us to help and now dig water holes for livestock, dig water holes for wildlife at night. And that is a huge activity the Mama Simba are involved in. The program is not managed by me. It is managed by this amazing lady, Menteli. She's our Mama Simba manager. And I got to know Menteli when she was 21 years old. And she tells me off a lot. She came to me 10 years ago and said, why am I not able to drive? Shivani, if you can drive, what's stopping me? And I said, let's go for it, Menteli. She said, I want to drive. Just because I've not been to school doesn't mean I can't do this. And Menteli, 10 years ago, went to driving school. She got her driving license. We gave her a little Suzuki, like my first car. The Mama Simba have this amazing song. And if I close my eyes, I can just keep hearing it in my mind. It's a song so familiar to me. But 5 years ago, the song changed. And my Samburu is still not good enough. But I knew something was different in this song. There was a new sentence, and I recognized my name in there. So I went to Menteli and I said, "What have you changed in the Mama Simba song?" She said, "Yeah, we have." She's very cheeky, Mantelli. She's got an amazing cheeky grin. She said, "The new sentence is, Shivani, our car is too small. We need a bigger one." And I said, "Okay, Mantelli, I've got the hint." I mean, that song was sung to me hundreds of times. I've got the hint. And we were able to bring her a nice big Land Cruiser. And the Land Cruiser is out with our 21 Mama Simba, monitoring lions, dealing with conflict, managing habitat, attending cultural meetings. They are absolutely unstoppable. And the Mama Simba have shown that what you might think is not possible is absolutely possible. This is our amazing Ewaso Lions team. We are truly a community-led conservation project. And I am so proud of our team because we are 100% Kenyan. We grew from a team of 4 to a team of 62. And what this has led to is some amazing changes in our lion population. We have now tripled our lion population. We have over 60 lions, the most critical population in northern Kenya. We also have a whole bunch of cubs, 15 cubs born last year. That's not the Masai Mara. This male is a Samburu male who's called Lolkiripa, and he's a big-maned, beautiful male lion. We also, for the first time in decades, we have prides of lions. And from monitoring solitary lions for so many years, it is so exciting to have 5 prides of lions. And we get to see lions doing what lions do. There she goes, straight to her mom. This is a special pride. This is Nanai's pride. Nanai was Samburu's most famous lion, and unfortunately, Nanai died 2 years ago. But this is her legacy. She's got beautiful female cubs, and they have 7 cubs who are all thriving in this region. Just seeing this gives us so much hope. But this is not the time to slow down. We have looming threats and changes on the horizon. Infrastructures cutting across key wildlife corridors and livestock routes. We have a massive influx of camels coming into the region. Camels are better resistant to the droughts, but the poor husbandry has led to huge rises in camel-lion conflict, taking away and threatening decades of work that Generia and the team have done. But I have no doubts about one thing. Our team is so strong. They are so courageous, and they have mountains of resilience. And I know that whatever new threats come our way, we will go out and tackle them. And I really look forward to a future of that. I look forward to a future where my stubborn optimism continues. My stubbornness never wavers. I'm quite stubborn, or very stubborn. I can see nods in the audience, people who know me well. But my optimism does waver. There are days when it is so hard to keep going. Our work is so challenging on so many levels. We go through months where things are just thrown at us back to back, and it's hard to remain positive. Last week, I was driving home from a very difficult meeting. And I actually had Colleen on my phone, Colleen from the Nyasa project. And she was nudging me along, just keeping me positive. She is the one person who has taught me so much about strength and resilience. There is no one like Colleen. And as I was nudged along to get home, she said, "You can get there, Shivani. I know you've been through a tough day." Well, on my way home, I saw this. A pile of sleeping lions. And this was Nanai's pride. Normally, when I bump into lions, I grab my camera, I grab my binoculars, but this time, my reaction was, and I just started crying. All the emotions of the last few months and what we had been through as a team came out. After a lot of this is why we go through all the challenges. And those low moments disappeared. And I really look forward to a future where I continue to see prides of sleeping lions under an acacia tree. As I reflected early this year on that period when I was unable to work, and just seeing how far Ewaso Lions has come, we have built something truly extraordinary. I am so proud of our team and our project. This project that we have built requires investment, and not just for the things that sound good, the inspiring stories, the exciting things. We require investment for the real heart of conservation, the backbone of what keeps us all going. Fuel, food, health insurances, rushing community members to hospital, responding from one crisis to another. Those are the realities of conservation, and that is what we face every single day. These are not extras, they're essentials. And we ask you to invest in this, invest in the essentials, invest in our team, invest in their well-being, because it is so important that we care for our team, not just as staff, but as people. Investing in the heart of conservation will lead to conservation not just trickling on and surviving. I have no doubt it will absolutely thrive. This is our home in Samburu, and this is what I live and breathe every single day. Leaving home is hard for me. Leaving my 2 dogs behind, Kura and Nanyori, is hard. I feel like I'm leaving a little piece of my heart behind every time I leave. But I go and I see our Mama Simbas every time I leave the country, and they ground me. They remind me to stay positive. Our amazing Mama Simba, Noldonyo, she says, "Mata le soito le sikiria." And the first time she said this to me, I only understood sikiria, which means donkey. And I thought, is she calling me donkey? She quickly said, no, that's not it, Shivani. I'm telling you that we're all one. No matter where you are in the world, we're all one. Just like a donkey's hoof. A donkey's hoof is not split, it is one. Today, I invite you all to join us on this journey. So many of you have supported us for years. You have been with us through the highs and lows. You have been with us through all the challenges. The fact that I'm going home with a bag full of dog treats and chocolates, and not just any old dog treats and chocolates, Kura's favorite dog treats, Nanyori's favorite, my favorite chocolates. That shows how much you know us. And those of you who are new to Ewaso Lions, I invite you to join us on this journey and be one with us, just like the donkey's hoof. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Shivani. Thank you for taking us to that beautiful tour and the beautiful Samburu. Thank you, Shivani. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for questions. However, feel free to find Shivani at her booth, at the Ewaso Lion booth, or anytime during lunchtime. We will also have the QR code coming up shortly, so please scan it and send through any of the questions that you might have there. Okay, so we're still in the savannah, and now we're going to go from East Africa to Southern Africa. So please join me in welcoming from Cheetah Conservation Botswana, Katlego Kisufile, and Lucas Monsabani. Lucas, Lucas is a 2025 scholar of the WCN, so fresh scholar, and first-time Expo.
The kind reminder by Richard Mullen that the only man I envy is one who hasn't been to Africa, for they have much to look forward to. So for those of you whose hands didn't go up, don't worry. You too can be fortunate one day. Botswana is the host of the world's largest wild cheetahs. It is a place that Cheetah Conservation Botswana has called home for the past 20 years. And perhaps that's the way you might see it. And for us, moving over into another decade worth of work, this is how we see it. It is here in the Khansi district in Western Botswana that we focus our efforts. With one of the highest populations of cheetahs in the world and the highest rates of retaliatory killings of wildlife in the country, it is not an easy place to promote coexistence between people and wildlife. But as one great American president once said, we do it not because it's easy, but because it is hard. This is where we can truly make a difference. So when the task of establishing a project that was centered on learning about cheetah behavior was put in front of Rebecca Klein, Anne-Marie Compton, and Dr. Kyle Good, they didn't know what the future held. But the combination and the balance of equal parts passion and inquisitiveness shared amongst these women has made for a combination that has now resulted in our organization's culture. And as we stretch into our third decade, this culture can best be defined as smart conservation. This isn't about textbook intelligence, but rather a tool for refinement and resilience in the face of ever-changing environments. So we'd like to reflect with you today on how we are exploring smart conservation for cheetahs in our unique landlocked country. This is conservation that is balanced on 5 pillars. So the S is for, it is scientifically sound. It employs a multilateral approach. We ensure that it is adaptive to arising conditions. It seeks to be fittingly resourced and resourceful. And last but not least, it is time conscious. At the heart of our work is scientific research, and at the heart of that research are cheetahs. And though through the years since 1900, we have seen that cheetahs have lost a lot of their territory, in the beautiful landscapes of Botswana, we have mapped their distribution. The map on the right shows you the cheetah distribution in red in 2009, and on the left shows you the range as most recently published in 2018. And these are maps that we've been producing in partnership with the Range-Wide Cheetah Initiative and the IUCN. And the most recent map for 2025 is currently in draft stage, but you will then get to see it very soon. And that was also conducted with CCB participating through the IUCN. It is no mistake that a cheetah's biggest threat is people. People poach their prey. They invade and destroy their habitats with livestock. They poach them for illegal trade, and they also kill them for predation of livestock. Understanding that the more we know, the better equipped we are to offer solutions and calculated decisions, we have spent every single year dedicated to refining our approaches and methodologies. Being located in Western Botswana, we have learned to lean on the landscape and its wild inhabitants to co-generate the knowledge we process into useful insights. The conservation scientists who work with us continue to inspire through the work that they do. Take, for example, Marie-Charlotte Guillain, who is our most recently graduated PhD scholar, who through working with traditional sand trackers to conduct spore surveys has offered more ways of understanding carnivore movement within the Western Kalahari, and producing data sets such as this, where we can see the interfaces between where livestock are kept and where wild animals are moving. Our use of camera traps to assist with monitoring the prevalence and behavior patterns of wildlife in the region also help us offer evidence-based interventions for the communities that we work with. Beautiful camera trap moment. And wild as it is, the Khansi district where we are based is also occupied by people. It is these people who contribute to our multilateral approach to developing interventions informed by the science that we gather. From traditional leaders to representatives of the government of Botswana, to farmers, community development agents, teachers, students, and fellow non-governmental organizations, we work hand in hand to hear each other's concerns and collectively devise solutions. It is only when we know the various interests of parties who have a stake in either the inhibiting or empowering of conservation efforts that an organization such as ours can actually live out our motto, which is promoting coexistence. From the subsistence farmer who welcomes us to trial non-lethal deterrents on their farm, to the traditional elder who supports cultural preservation, to the elected official who drives for economic diversification work within the communities. These are the people that help us map our way for a better future.
Thank you. My name is Lucas Motlhabane, and I'm working as a research officer with Cheetah Conservation, Botswana. So, as we all know that insanity is doing something over and over again, but expecting different results. We have greatly benefited from our adaptability, both internally and external relation with stakeholders. This is often easier said than done. We started wanting to know more about cheetah behavior, and also this time around we have now moved on to incorporate other elements of cheetah ecosystem, like other species, like land use and management, and also livelihood of the people, to just grow and approach holistically to the conservation. From these adaptations, we have also seen our organization growing from 1 to 5 departments, which are conservation research, human-wildlife coexistence, farmers for conservation, communities, and engagement. Our team of 25 comprised of local people who are willing and motivated to move the organization forward and also to protect this species. But we are struggling in terms of resources. At the moment, we are sitting on millions and millions of photos to be analyzed so as to see if these cheetahs are declining or increasing. But we are trying, by all means, each and every time to go through all these processes and also to move on with our studies. WCN has been with us ever since the beginning, and we are grateful for that. And we would like to thank all of them and all of you here so that we can continue protecting this species. As they have already said, I'm one of the master's scholar students, and I'm very new here. So I would like to continue with my project and try to protect this species and also the prey species of the cheetahs back in Botswana. Thank you.
And of course, this brings us to one of the most important facets, is that we need to be time conscious. In this map, you've seen that the population is losing its terrain. And while Botswana is doing quite well with having a more stable population of cheetahs, we are still working to ensure that the teams are resourced to build and turn the research and the science into advisories that assist us with our programmatic implementation. So whether it is at community level, ensuring that they've got sustainability and livelihood diversification avenues, or working with NGOs, we are still ensuring that where we come in as an organization, it benefits the people who live in the Western Kalahari, who feed the work that we do, and the wildlife and livestock that they are living with. And please do allow us to share a little message from a very special person about how we are really turning this all into smart conservation.
Our 20-year-long journey has inevitably been peppered with challenges, but we have always had the unshakable belief that the investment made towards cheetah conservation in Botswana reaches beyond her borders. It is our distinct honor to be champions for one of nature's most magnificent creatures in one of their last strongholds. More so with the knowledge that this is a cause that we share with many people around the world, including many of you. May we never tire or lose the passion and inquisitiveness that started it all. Re'elabo hatata. We thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katlego and Lucas. As usual, we have no time for questions because our speakers have got such incredible work to show us. So please do scan that QR code or see them at their booths. Okay, so we're still in Southern Africa, and now we're going to move over to Zimbabwe. So please join me in welcoming to the stage David Kuwonga from the Painted Dog.
There are under 6,500 painted dogs left in the world. Just a portion of what they were at the turn of the century. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Kuwonga, as introduced, Operations Director for Painted Dog Conservation. Painted Dog Conservation, its vision is to create a conducive environment where painted dogs can thrive. I'll illustrate today how through your support we've been able to give hope to the dogs. We've been able to give hope to the communities that live with these species through saving one dog and one pack at a time. We are based in Zimbabwe. Our headquarters is in Hwange National Park, and we have a base in Manapus. Hwange National Park is close to my heart. This is where I grew up with my father. He taught me how to conserve, how to be able to coexist with wildlife. At that stage, we were rescuing an African rock python. It had gone into our chicken coop and took 2 chickens. These were meant to celebrate my birthday. You can understand how I felt. But my father really put me down and said, well, we need to put this in a bag. You can see me there, and we release it into the wild. That really set me up for the mentality and the way that I work up to today. In Hwange, you might recognize the gentleman on the far left there. It's also where I met Jealous Mpofu. My dad and Jealous uncle worked together. And Jealous, from a young age, really became my big brother, also teaching me about being responsible, being resourceful, and not being wasteful. I've told the stories of the time he gave me a good whipping because I had eaten many mangoes that he had said we shouldn't eat. But now that I'm his boss, we sat a bit and had a discussion about that. So this upbringing, where I was taught of how to be resourceful, how to coexist, really came to a head this year. I'll introduce you to Umkhonto Pack. Umkhonto, as a pack, really from 2022 to 2024, it moved from 6 dogs to about 24 this year. It became a big pack because of the work that we've done in the area for over 25 years. But this really gave it challenges as the alpha female. From around May, it was getting heavily pregnant, and it started to move into areas that we had almost a deja vu about what had happened to one of the packs in the past, Mpindotela. They moved into an area that you wouldn't want a pack to den and stay there for 3 months. Mpindotela pack had stayed in that area, and all of the pack members had been hit by cars, caught in snares, and some of the dogs caught 4 to 6 times. And Peter, somewhere in here, had to go and dart and remove snares 3 or 4 times from one of the dogs. So we didn't want that to happen again. By that time, we had already lost one dog from the pack, Nelson. So the pack of 22 was now sitting at 21 dogs. The decision-making was getting more and more difficult every day. The alpha female was, at this stage, heavily pregnant. This is a video. The alpha female was at this stage heavily pregnant. If this had played, you would see her running to the water wall. Quite heavy, and we have to make decisions at that stage. Do we keep pushing this dog? What if the pup starts dropping as it is running? Where does it go from here? Does it go to an area where we can't access? Do we have enough people to push the dog? All these were decisions that we had to make on the go. And decisions, indeed, we made. We took a position that what happened to Mpindo Taylor Pack was not going to happen in our time. And we moved forward, started and continued to push the dogs outside of the danger zone, including, again, being putting ourselves between the threat and the dogs. That's a video as well, not playing, but we had trucks. Oh, now, there we go. So we had trucks which did not care about what was happening with the dogs going past. And you could see right there, we had to put ourselves between the dogs and the threat that was imminent. Yes. Well, we pushed the dogs, but, you know, we all have our dogs at home. They don't always listen to us, do they? In the middle of the night, after pushing the alpha female right into the park, it went straight back and dent in a dangerous spot. I remember talking to Peter. He's like, David, these dogs are determined to get extinct, I tell you. That was the feeling, but we did not give up. We escalated. We went to the communities and got over 80 plus rangers that we deployed right around the den area. We also went into the communities and did outreach programs, meeting village heads, going to schools, going to shopping areas where we wanted to seek the support of the communities, the continued support that we can get information. And indeed, as we continued with anti-poaching work, removing over 3,000 snares and doing over 860 patrols, we also arrested in this time 7 poachers. 4 of them were bushmeat poachers. And one of them was recently convicted for possession of pangolin scales and python skin for 9 years and 6 months. We had 2 vehicles around the den, and jailers led that effort. We had 2 vehicles, we had 2 trackers, making sure the dogs, if they split on the hunt, somebody is on top of them. Whether it's full moon, 24/7, we had to make sure that we have someone. We went on to spend over $60,000 on this operation, buying top-of-the-range equipment for communication, making sure that we continue to have information coming in, where have the teams patrolled, what have they seen, so that we could continue to manage our operations. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a situation, a big pack that had been successful because of our years of work. But at the same time, it wanted to turn in a very, very bad spot. We took action. We made sure that we put, through your support, all the resources that we had. And this effort, as difficult as it was, it led to great success. Today, the 21 adults and the 8 pups are now nomadic, and they have moved from the danger area and into the back, and they are surviving. There they are. It's not an easy feat, but it is one that we know if we cooperate and we work together, not only ourselves and the communities, but through your support, we can definitely achieve more. And in this case, we made the call, and you responded tremendously. We managed to protect this pack, and we are thankful for that. I'll leave you with a quote from Jane Goodall. What you do is important. Sorry, I will not want to misquote Jane here. What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Today I make that call, as I make the whole call to you. This is the day when you can choose to be on our side and support not only the dogs, but the communities that we work with. I thank you.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you. Okay, so we have time for questions. Thank you for breaking the record. So the first question is, amazing work serving those dogs. I know back in the day, you used to run kids' camps to train the next generation. Are you still running them? And has the fundraising for those programs gotten easier over the years? What is the cost for running one kids' camp?
Yes, to run one camp, we are looking at around $3,000. It takes about $100 to get one kid through the 4-day camp. Indeed, this is one of our key programs where we are teaching kids from 22 local primary schools. They come for a 4-day camp. And really, the idea is to make sure that they are environmentally conscious and they can be better citizens in their communities and they can be role models in the future. Almost like holding the torch in the future. And this is something that we take great care and emphasis on. And indeed, the Children's Bush Camp is one of our flagship programs.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now leaving Southern Africa and we're going back where we started, which is East Africa. So our next speaker, from what I hear, is a current New York celebrity from the recently entered New York Climate Week. So please join me in welcoming on stage from the Grevy Zebra Trust, Peter Lalampa.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Willia. She didn't tell me that she's going to talk about that. But, yeah, a few weeks ago, I was sitting in a car, and there was a small herd of Grevies that were grazing around one of the areas where we work. There were 5 females with their foals. Around them, the insects were flying and hopping around. The weaver birds were flitting around the trees while they are making their nest. This is one of the areas that we've been working with the community, using their cows to bring back grass. And as I watched the scene, I had this feeling of gratitude wash over me. It's a living and a breathing result of community-led conservation, thanks to your support. My name is Peter Lalampa. I'm the Executive Director of Grevy Zebra Trust. And I'm here today to show you, with your support, how communities in northern Kenya are shaping the future for the survival of Grevy zebra. Grevies are one of the biggest, iconic species and the most threatened of all the 3 zebra species. Today, there are only 3,000 left in the wild, and 95% are found in northern Kenya. Grevies can go for a number of days without water, so they are adapted to arid and most remote areas, making them a living symbol of resilience. Just like the zebras, my community are pastoral communities that share space with the Grevies. They coexist in the same landscape. And because of their lifestyle, because of how my culture includes nature within our lifestyle, we're able to have this coexistence within the landscape. The communities here, through their stories, through their songs, through their ceremonies, everything revolves around nature. And so the link between the community and nature is very strong. But besides the stories being strong, besides everything being connected, Grevies being one of the most endangered species within this landscape also stands out as a species that indicates the health of the land. And I want to share a story of one of the communities in northern Kenya called the Rendile. There's a tale that they tell from one generation to another. And it's a story that once upon a time, one woman was setting out to go out and fetch firewood. On her way to fetch firewood, she comes across a Grevy zebra with a young foal. The mother zebra was startled, so she ran away, leaving the young foal behind. The woman froze when she saw the foal was left behind. But the Grevy mother ran to a distance, stopped, and started singing a song. Singing a song to the woman to leave the foal so that they can reunite with the mother. This is a story that's passed from generation to generation. And within the Rendile culture, they have a lullaby where women sing to their kids in order to soothe them to sleep. That's how culture and wildlife are intertwined within this ecosystem. But imagine a landscape without Grevies. How will it feel? I'm sure if you talk to a number of the team members that Shivani was talking about, they will tell you losing Grevies is like losing part of our history, losing part of our culture. You're losing what we hold dear to ourselves. And as Grevy Zebra Trust, we recognize that the local communities, the future of the species, depends on the hands of the community that share space and resources. And so 90% of our team members are from the same community. They are knowledgeable about the landscape. They have skills and traditions that have been passed from one generation to another. And so we rely on their knowledge, their experience, to be able to monitor where the Grevies are. In this picture, you see a warrior with a phone and a spear. But there, the same picture, the Grevies are from a distance. He was collecting valuable data. And it's a blend of science and indigenous knowledge. Because we needed the two for us to be able to protect the resources that the Grevies depend on. To put the holistic context of where we work, we sit down with the local communities and we talk about how has the land been in the past? how is it today? And what's driving the change? It comes down to one thing. These were nomadic communities that used to move around. But with schools, with health centers, with shopping centers, which are critical social amenities that they need every day, the communities become sedentary. And so there's more spread of settlement. There's restricted movement of livestock. And that means the livestock ends up overgrazing the landscape. Perennial grasses disappear. And so there's more bare ground on the landscape. And this is a threat not just to the herbivores such as grave zebra, but also to the pastoral communities, the Samburus. And so we said, what if we take a challenge and turn the problem to a solution? And the question we ask ourselves, every time livestock is being blamed as a cause of overgrazing. And we said, what if we see livestock from a lens of a solution? What if we reverse land degradation by using livestock as a tool? What if we work within the confine of permanent settled communities and still make them move around the way they used in the past? So as Grave Zebra Trust, we work with the local villagers through regenerative grazing. And regenerative grazing is where villagers come together, they demarcate their land into grazing blocks. Once they demarcate the land into grazing blocks, they move livestock from one block to another. And one thing they do as they do that, they avoid overgrazing the vegetation. They also have social system where they come together. And I just wanted to share a story of some of these elders that you see standing in that picture. So we went out with them. We were measuring the amount of forage that's in the landscape. So they were laughing at me. And the laugh was, you've gone to school, we've been herding cows for centuries, years and years. What are you going to tell us about how much we need for grazing? And I told them, let's do an example. And the example was, how much of the land do you think can feed a cow within a day? We started making pegs. And we established how much forage they need based on the number of blocks they have. They were able to run that grazing calendar the whole year, and their cows were able to survive from one grazing season to another. But it's not just about the cows. It's about the ecosystem. We plan, as we do the regenerative grazing, we think about ground roosting birds. We think about areas where we have carnivores. We think about areas where herbivores are actually, having their falls. And so it's an ecosystem approach to species conservation. But as we do this, we realize that livestock is the key ingredient to habitat restoration. And how is that? The livestock hooves breaks the hard-capped soil, and that enables the rainwater to soak in. But they dung, they urinate, and that's fertilizing the soil. And so we've used this tool as a way to restore some of the degraded landscape. And a good example is this particular picture, where on your left is a livestock kraal, and on your right is outside the kraal. Inside the kraal, you can see the amount of vegetation within the livestock kraal. And this is because it's a tool that you can use to heal the most degraded landscapes. It's not just about the ecological changes, but also the social changes. Communities have more milk, by engaging in regenerative grazing. Their cows fetch more better prices because they are fattened. And so there's more community well-being by the fact that they engage in regenerative grazing. And so I want to welcome you to a journey together. And here's how I want us to engage in this journey. I ask everyone here to close their eyes. So imagine you're out there, barefooted, and you want to walk from one patch land that's bare to an area where there's grass cover. The sand is really hot and scorching. And because you are barefooted, the soil under your feet is burning your feet. So you feel like rushing across to where there's grass patch. You hurriedly run to the grass patch. You had carried a bottle of water. You pour it, you drink it, and you pour it over your head. Some of the water spill and fall on the bare ground, and it quickly evaporates. Some of it fell on the grass patch, and slowly the water drops, soaks into the soil because of the grass cover. This is a dream we work to achieve as Grevy Zebra Trust. You may open your eyes. For us to have healthy ecosystem, it's about having enough grass for the wildlife, for the communities, and for the ecosystem. We've been successful in doing this work in an area where you see the green. We've covered over 30,000 hectares on regenerative grazing. Our dream is to expand from 30,000 acres to more than 50,000 acres of regenerative grazing. It's also a turning point, and a turning point for Grevy zebra conservation. Because currently, the number of falls that we're seeing to the adults of Grevy zebra is over 30%. It's something that we've never seen before. The numbers that we've been seeing is less than 27% before. So we're seeing a change in terms of numbers. We're seeing it's a time for growth of the Grevy zebra population. And so every dollar that you give has a return on investment. For regenerative grazing, every dollar you put into regenerative grazing has a return of investment of $215. You can imagine that. So if we are talking about $10,000 to restore X number of acres, you're talking of return of investment of $20,000. It's amazing, isn't it? But, you know, what does the return of investment mean? It means changes in terms of the ecosystem services. It means more communities getting benefit from ecosystem services, having more food. It means more grevies doing well within the ecosystem. And this is why we're saying we partnered with a conservation organization called CSF to be able to look at ecosystem value of grassland. And that's what it came down to. For every dollar you invest, it has return on investment of $215. We're asking all of you to continue walking the journey with us. It's been an amazing journey to our friends walking the journey with us, secure the future for the Grevies. And not just the Grevies, but also my community, the pastoral communities that share the space with the Grevies. So with that, I really want to say thank you, and thank you so much for all your support.
Thank you so much, Peter. Unfortunately, no time for questions. People will be able to find you during lunch or at the Grevy Zebra Trust booth. Thank you so much to the speakers, as well as you, the audience. But before you go, I see people are already walking out. Before you go looking for some food, we have a short video that we want you to see. This is a preview of a film that is coming out next year, and it's going to show all the amazing work of the Ewaso Lions team. You already heard about the great work that they're doing. And then in line with lunch, so there is what we're calling a grab-and-go market just downstairs, where you can go and grab something to eat, or you can go to Thrive City, which is a walking distance, and they have plenty of options as well. And then when we come back, upstairs, we'll have the resilience in conservation, and here, downstairs, we'll be presenting on conservation being done across the borders, because obviously wildlife doesn't care about boundaries. Thank you so much.
Warriors are the one to be known within the society to kill the lions, to show their power. But now we use that knowledge that we used to kill those lions to protect them.
We have been trying to collar this pride of lions to mitigate conflict. Kimbia, unajua simba iko hapo tu karibu. Hebu sema tena.
To survive as a lion is becoming harder and harder. And being a pastoralist, to survive is becoming harder and harder. New threats are coming. There are highways, animals are being hit. I have a role to play within my society to make them understand what the lions are going through, to make the world understand what these lions are going through.
Can we get them? There we are. Can you hear me okay now? Okay. All right, good afternoon. How's everybody feeling? Okay, good. So here's the good news. We've got a great session to keep everybody awake post-lunch. So this morning, we've been hearing stories about conservationists working to protect species and landscapes in very specific areas around the world. So we've heard about people protecting cranes in Rwanda, monster fish in Brazil. But this next session, we're going to zoom out. We're going to be talking about conservation that happens across borders. So how do we protect species across their entire range, whether that's across continental borders or national borders? What sort of tools are needed for these big, deep, complex issues? So to kick things, we're going to have about we will have 4 sessions. And to kick things off, we're going to hear from the Lion Recovery Fund. So Dr. Peter Lindsay runs this fund, and he's here to talk about how he is helping restore lions across the entire continent of Africa. So please welcome Pete to the stage. I'll grab you.
Hi, folks. Just waiting for the clicker here. This doesn't count for my 10 minutes, Zoe. Just give me 1 second. Thank you. All right. Yeah, so today, the topic I was asked to speak about today was that of cross-border lion conservation. So the Lion Recovery Fund, it differs from, for example, the work of Ewaso Lions or Nyasa Lion Project, because what we're trying to do is conserve lions or support lion conservation at scale. So just as a reminder as to why the Lion Recovery Fund is in existence, hopefully this will play okay. So yeah, the lion distribution and numbers have shrunk dramatically over the years, including recent years. So you'll just watch this transition. And more the distribution of lions reflects the distribution of protected areas in the continent. It's really quite striking. So the best estimate is 23,000, but I'd be surprised if there are that many. I would guess more like 20,000, because whenever we do proper surveys of them, there are always fewer than we thought there were. And if you look at the big blocks of lion range, a lot of them occur in these transboundary conservation areas. And the reason for this is protected areas were often gazetted by the colonial governments along the boundaries of countries. And so the key conservation areas for lions and other species often occur in these transboundary landscapes. So I'm going to speak to you today about the 3 main areas of work that the Lion Recovery Fund supports, namely support for the management of underfunded protected areas, support for tackling the illegal wildlife trade, and support for promoting coexistence between people and lions in a transboundary context. So starting out with support for the management of protected areas, this is a key issue because Africa set aside an enormous area of land for protected areas, but they are chronically and acutely underfunded. So we estimate if Africa's protected areas were properly managed, they could support 3 or 4 times the number of lions that currently exist there. So we do provide some support for protected area management in a kind of transboundary context in a few places. For example, in the Kaza TFCA in central southern Africa. So for example, in Zimbabwe, we are funding anti-poaching and area management in the forestry areas around Wangi, beautiful Wangi National Park. And in Kafue to the north in Zambia, which is also part of Kaza, we're supporting efforts to manage and protect the game management areas around Kafue National Park, which are also important in terms of connecting Kafue to the rest of Kaza. Musikesi Conservation is one of our small kind of grassroots grantees doing critical work there in that landscape. And then to the southeast, there's the Greater Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area, where we're supporting area management efforts, for example, in Gonorrhoea National Park. This is in southeastern Zimbabwe. Although that's one of Africa's best managed protected areas, the lions were suffering because they were being poached for their body parts, and it wasn't really being picked up on. That's an emerging theme I'll mention more about later. So Gonorrhoea Conservation Trust hired this very impressive young man called Xavier Madzinga, he's a herder from the local communities right next to Gonorrhoea, and he's got an amazing job now to monitor and protect the lions, and it's working. So he'll tell the rangers where the lions are, the rangers will patrol around them, and and means the lions are safe, and the numbers are starting to recover. In Kruger National Park in South Africa, that's a very important population of lions, but they have been taking strain from targeted poaching of lions for their body parts. So, for example, in the top 20% of Kruger, there's very few lions remaining. So we've been supporting a consortium of efforts of actors from Greater Kruger Ecological Protection Foundation, Endangered Wildlife Trust, and Sandparks to monitor and better protect the lions. So hopefully that'll have a similar effect as to Goderejov. Another important transboundary area, this is an area I love talking about because it's the wildest part of Africa. That's a human footprint map, and you can see that particular block in the square has a very, very low human footprint. And there's this massive complex of conservation areas that stretch from western South Sudan through eastern CAR to southeastern Chad. And that area, there's about 200,000 square kilometers with very little human settlement at all. So there's this massive wilderness area, and if you look at it in the context of the US or Europe, you can see just how huge that wild area is. So at the heart of this is the Chinko Conservation Area in eastern Central African Republic, which I think is the wildest place in the whole of Africa. I like to speak about this. You've probably heard me waffling on about Chinko before, because it's the most exciting wild area in the whole continent, in my opinion. So the wildlife in the area got hammered about 20 years ago because nomadic pastoralists from neighboring countries were given drugs that enabled their cattle to withstand trypanosomiasis from tsetse fly. And so they started entering the landscape, and this coincided with very significant poisoning of carnivores and poaching of wildlife for bushmeat. But African parks have been working in that area for the last 10 years or so, and they've been working with those herders and creating transhumance or nomadic pastoralist corridors around the area rather than through the area. And so now each year there's an incrementally larger area that's protected from human pressure. And so now there's about 30,000 square kilometers, which is more than 3 times the size of Yellowstone, with effectively no human impacts whatsoever. So wildlife populations are increasing, we believe, to the maximum possible extent in that area, which is really exciting. It's a hyper-biodiverse area. It encompasses both forest biodiversity, like chimpanzees and bongo, but also savanna biodiversity, such as Lord Derby eland or giant eland. Wild dogs, it's got a really significant population of wild dogs. And lions. So the lion population, we don't know exactly how many there are there, but probably somewhere between 100 and 200, but they have potential to increase into the thousands at some stage if it continues to be protected like this. So that's exciting. And then adjacent to that, connected to that area, should we say, in southeastern Chad, we're also supporting efforts, again, by African parks to protect the greater Zakuma ecosystem. Again, a critically important area for lions, but also biodiversity in general. And then to the west, in South Sudan's vast and extremely wild Southern National Park, which again, critically important biodiversity hotspot that has big, significant population of wild dogs and chimpanzees, but also lions. Another transboundary area where we're providing support to area management and protection is in the Nyasa-Salu ecosystem, which transcends Tanzania and Mozambique. So we're providing support there to the amazing efforts of the Nyasa Lion Project. Colleen speaking upstairs at the moment. So we are helping her to help management by some of the other concessionaires in that vast and really challenging landscape. And then equally, we're providing support to the management and protection of the Salu Game Reserve, which has now been broken up into Salu and Nyerere National Park, which is an enormous conservation complex of about 5.5 times the size of Yellowstone. I'm looking at my colleague there, she always laughs at me for using that comparison, but it helps put it in context. It's really, really enormous. Okay, so that was the first kind of set of major interventions that we're supporting, is support for area management, which is critical because it doesn't just help lions, it helps everything, all of the wildlife that occurs in those areas. But another big theme that we're supporting, including with a significant cross-border element, is efforts to tackle the illegal wildlife trade. So this involves principally the bushmeat trade, which is one of the most serious threats to wildlife in Africa. And it does have a strong cross-border element because Poachers often will come into a particular area from neighboring countries, and then equally meat is also often sold across borders, so it takes cross-border efforts to tackle it. So for example, we've been supporting a campaign to reduce demand for illegal bushmeat in Zambia. That seems to have been quite effective, so we're now going to take it and support another actor, Wild Aid, hopefully in Tanzania, Christina. And then the other big illegal wildlife trade issue, as I said earlier, is that lions are starting to get poached quite badly for their body parts. So this poor lion was caught in a bear trap and had a heinous wound on its leg, but thankfully it was rescued and treated by one of our grantees, Mozambique Wildlife Alliance, before it succumbed. But they get poached for their skins, the teeth, the fat, the claws, the bones, and it's a potentially existential crisis that's just starting to really flare up. So we're making some investments soon to better understand the trade and to look at where the pinch points are in terms of how we can best disrupt it. So, for example, last year we supported a convening in Kruger to bring together actors from Zimbabwe and Mozambique and South Africa to figure out how they can work together to deal with this cross-border illegal wildlife trade issue. Okay. Rushing along now. So the third big theme is supporting efforts to tackle human-lion conflict and to promote human-lion coexistence. And this has cross-border relevance in two ways. So firstly, in some places there are projects kind of on either side of a border. So this photograph is from the Zambezi region of Namibia, where we have a really impressive conservation grantee called Kondo Carnivores that work in conjunction with two actors in northern Botswana, Claws Conservancy and Wild Crew. And they're both doing amazing work in terms of reducing human-lion conflict. In the Zambezi region, they've reduced livestock depredation down by about 90%, and retaliatory killing of lions by about 95%. And as a result, the lion population there has increased really significantly. It's very impressive work. But also the cross-border element comes in the shape of collaboration. So in July, with support from Disney, I don't know if Claire Martin is here, but we had the Lion Footprint Forum where we brought together a whole host of LRF grantees. There were over 30 LRF grantees working on the topic of human-lion coexistence, including some incredible African conservation talent, to share ideas on how best to promote coexistence between people and lions. So often the techniques are quite similar. They were developed actually principally in Kenya through Ewaso Lions, Shivani's project, but also Lion Guardians. And they normally involve the same set of techniques that are adapted locally. So normally it involves hiring a bunch of normally young men as Lion Guardians or Lion Ambassadors who are tasked to respond to human-lion conflict incidences when they occur to kind of diffuse the situation. They also work with local communities to improve livestock husbandry, for example, by improving the corralling. Trying to improve the herding, because often this situation prevails where you have young children herding cattle and they become very vulnerable to depredation. And also responding and chasing lions away when they get too close to people or livestock. So these kind of sharing ideas across borders is really important so that each project doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. So I just want to say a big thank you. Hopefully I haven't gone too over time. Big thank you to every one of you who supported us. We really appreciate it. And yeah, if you have any questions, give me a shout.
All right. Thanks so much, Pete. That was great. So I should have plugged this before, but you know the drill. Pull out your phone, scan this, and submit any questions you have for our speakers via the phone, and then we can ask those for now. In the interest of time, we only have one question for now. So just going back to the illegal trade in lion parts, can you tell us a little bit more about what we know about that, where those parts are going, what they might be used for, and what do you have in store to tackle that?
Yeah, so it's quite a complicated picture. There's demand for a really diverse array of products. So it's unlike, for example, with elephant poaching or rhino poaching, where it's just one product from the animal. It's, as I said, teeth, claws, fat, skins. And it kind of depends who's demanding the product. So there seems to be some demand from within Africa for kind of traditional ritualistic purposes. And then there's also some demand from Asia associated with kind of traditional medicine. So it's quite a complicated picture that we're still trying to unravel. And and what we need to do is understand where the demand is coming from, who the actors are involved in it, figure out where the pinch points are that we can most easily kind of address and tackle the trade, and then start supporting anti-trafficking and anti-illegal wildlife trade efforts. So we're working on a few grants at the moment, for example, with Langland here, hopefully. So.
Great, thank you so much. So as a reminder, the Lion Recovery Fund is a fund of the Wildlife Conservation Network, and any donation into the LRF will make sure that 100% of that gets distributed to the most effective lion projects that Pete and the team have their eye on. So thank you so much. Cool. Okay, so sticking with the theme of cross-border conservation, we're now going to look at our scaly friends, the pangolins. So similar to Pete and the Lion Recovery Fund, we have Aza here, who leads our Pangolin Crisis Fund at WCN and is going to talk about her work protecting all 8 species of pangolins around the world. Thanks, Aza.
Thank you. Well, hi everyone, I'm Aza. I'm going to talk to you about these incredible, unique animals. There's nothing like them on Earth. They are completely covered in scales. They're the only scaly mammal, and they eat ants and termites. So there are 8 species of pangolins. There are 4 that live right across Africa, and there are 4 that live right across Asia. And so the Pangolin Crisis Fund has developed a global strategy to help protect them. But what some of you may know is that all 8 species are threatened. They are seriously threatened, and they are being driven to the brink of extinction. Today I want to talk about these issues. I want to talk about the challenges, but also the solutions. So these beautiful scales that make pangolins so unique are the reason that they're being hunted. These scales are highly prized in traditional Chinese medicine, traditional Asian medicines, and this has led to pangolins being the most heavily trafficked mammal in the world. The illegal wildlife trade is run by major criminal networks. In fact, the United Nations estimates that the global illegal wildlife trade is worth up to $23 billion every year. And these networks trade in multiple species. As you can see, there's elephant ivory, there's pangolins, but there's rhino horn and so many more. There's crossover with the exotic pet trade. Those parrots, the baby chimp and the cheetah cub, they would have been destined for that had they not been rescued. But there's also crossover with firearms trafficking, with drug smuggling, and the horrendous trade in human slavery and human body parts. So these traffickers, these are bad, bad people. These are serious, serious criminals. But at the Pangolin Crisis Fund, we have a bird's eye view. So we're keeping an eye right across the pangolin ranges, and I want to tell you how we're tackling these threats and how we're working with our partners to keep these incredible animals safe. So the illegal wildlife trade is complex. Wildlife is hunted and traded right across the continents. There are major markets in Vietnam and China for animals such as pangolins, pangolin scales, rhino horn, but there's also this market in the Middle East for the exotic pet trade. So, what does that mean for pangolins and the people that live alongside them? Well, the Pangolin Crisis Fund is the connective glue, with the connective tissue that brings these partners together. We work on building practical solutions. We build a coalition of interconnected grants. They tackle these threats, building community solutions. So for us pangolins, yes, we're a pangolin fund, but pangolins are the proxy to community conservation and community stewardship. Like here in Central Africa, so we're working with our partners, the Forest Collective, and they are in turn working with local indigenous tree climbers who are installing these canopy cameras, so cameras right up high in the forest trees to monitor the tree-dwelling species for the first time. And so for the first time, we're learning about pangolins right up in the trees. So that's great for us, but the community is benefiting too, because each time these animals, pangolins and other rare species, are caught on camera, the community are getting points. And these points are paying for things like a maternity ward in the local hospital, a pharmacy. So these animals are now transforming people's relationship with wildlife and wild spaces, because people are seeing that wildlife is worth more alive than dead. So here at the Pangolin Crisis Fund, we have a blended approach. So yes, we're always focused on community conservation and building these solutions that have community traditions and skills right at the heart. But we're equipping our partners with high-level technology as well, so that they can have data-based solutions. And we're doing this through our incredible partners, Langland Conservation. We know that it takes a network to defeat a network. So we make Langland Conservation data analytics available across our portfolio so that our partners can benefit from their skills, whether that's rangers in the field, monitoring pangolins, whether that's people understanding how to patrol more effectively, or also how to tackle these high-level criminal networks. So Langland Support is connecting, for the first time, investigations right across the continents. And so people are no longer working in silos, they are seeing how their investigations are connected. Langland Support is speeding up their investigations, and that means that we can all work much more effectively. And that is working. We are seeing arrests of high-level wildlife traffickers. So it's through this coalition of grants that we're tackling the problem at the landscape level, but also going right up to tackle these wildlife traffickers as well, who are driving the illegal trade. So now we're going to move to Kenya, where our incredible partners, the Pangolin Project, are working tirelessly to save the last giant pangolins in this landscape. So the giant pangolins of Kenya are not threatened by poaching. They have got a different threat. They are threatened by habitat loss and also these electric fences. So the Pangolin Project are working right through communities, because this is community-owned land, and convincing people to de-electrify the bottom 60 centimeters of their fences. And so we're seeing this really working at a landscape level, but we're also providing technical solutions to that as well. And our partners, Langland Conservation, have partnered with the Pangolin Project with an award-winning project whereby they use satellite imagery to map all these fences going up, so that we could start to see exactly what's going on in this landscape. So even though the issues are different, the approach is the same, which is we are finding these incredible conservation leaders, and we are providing them with the resources so that they can build these community stewardship solutions using pangolins as a proxy to safeguard entire ecosystems, supported by technological innovations. So today we have a rare treat, because I actually have partners from the Pangolin Project and from Langland Conservation here with us. They have traveled across the world to be with us at Expo. So I'm very excited to welcome up on stage Matt Heaven from Langland Conservation, Claire Raquel and Beryl McCory from the Pangolin Project. So I wanted to ask you, Matt, you see across the whole portfolio of Pangolin Crisis Fund projects, what do you see as the main needs for our partners?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. I hope you can hear. So yeah, we work with dozens of partners, dozens of NGOs through ASA at Pangolin Crisis Fund, and also through Marcus with Rhino Recovery Fund. We work with loads of partners doing amazing work protecting some of the most endangered species in some of the most difficult places. But what we see time and time again is that often these NGOs are working in isolation. They don't have access to the best intelligence. There are many barriers to intelligence sharing, to data sharing, to information sharing. So that's where WCN's unique, as far as I'm concerned, unique approach comes in, by bringing together all of these NGOs with collaboration, with coordination. So if you're funding, if you're supporting organizations that are working at ground level, protecting habitat, preventing poaching, at the next level, countering trafficking, at the next level, countering the narrative and trying to persuade people not to consume these illegal products in the target market, that is a coordinated overall approach which we've not seen anywhere else. So on behalf of us at Langland, thank you very much to Azra and Marcus, WCN team, and also, of course, everybody supports WCN in the background. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And Beryl and Claire, you guys are doing the most incredible work in Kenya. It is genuinely pioneering work. So tell me, of all the things, the challenges that you've faced and the journey that you've come on, tell me what gives you hope in the landscape that you're working in.
Thank you, Aza. So what gives me hope where we are working is the support we have from the community, the Nyekweri community that we work with. They've come behind the Pangolin and the Pangolin project, and they've been able to help us and work with us to protect land for pangolins. And also working with them, we've been able to do what you've just mentioned, the electrification of the bottom wires. We were losing 1 pangolin a month in 2023, and now in 2025, we haven't lost a pangolin on electric fences. Yeah, and lastly, the giant pangolins are the only known population in Kenya right now, and they are breeding, so that's also something that gives me a lot of hope.
Very exciting. And Claire, have you got anything to add?
No, from my side, as Beryl said, our massive hope is that the community have got behind pangolin. They really are a creature that everyone can get behind. They don't cause harm to people's lives or to their livelihoods. And also all the way from the community, but then all the way internationally to places like this, seeing people get behind pangolin and the support and partners like WCN, really the whole collective makes it happen and makes it work. So thank you.
This way. So just wait here. Thank you so much to all of your support. We couldn't do any of this work. These guys couldn't do the work without your support. So thank you to all of you, the Pangolin heroes that make this possible. But also, find these guys. They have incredible stories to tell. We've just scratched the surface of it. So you can see who they are, find them over the next couple of days, and ask them about their work, because it's truly inspiring. Just wait up here, because I think we've got some questions. I think we've got questions.
We get the mic live, thanks. You're not free yet, and I'm going to ask you to not hide in the corner. Let's get out here. Okay, good. So we have time for maybe one question or two. Please submit these questions by Slido. So the first one, I'm going to ask the Pangolin Project folks and Aza to take a tackle at this one. Do you have government buy-in? And if so, what does that look like?
The Pangolin Project works in Kenya. When I founded the Pangolin Project back in 2020, very few people had heard about pangolin apart from the aspect of the illegal wildlife trade. But last year, the Kenya Wildlife Service published its National Action and Recovery Plan for all pangolin species in Kenya. So pangolin are really on the radar for the government of Kenya and protecting them and making sure they are there in perpetuity. We're very lucky in Kenya. We have 3 species, 3 of the 4 African species there. And so, yes, the Kenya government is very much behind pangolin protection within its space.
Asa, what are you seeing? Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Fine, I've got the mic. So we find that there is we need to have government partnerships with the NGOs that we support. They can only be effective with government partnerships, but we are finding pangolin conservation is not only a gateway into community conservation and community-led leadership, it's also a gateway into government caring about these issues, because they see pangolins go right through the chain. So whether it's protecting landscapes, Claire and Beryl have done incredible work with their team, getting government buy-in. But in other areas that we support, we also see the government becoming alive to the problem of illegal wildlife trafficking, because pangolins can be rescued alive, they can be seized, but they need looking after, they need rehabilitating and releasing back into the wild. And that gets the attention of government in terms of what's the local legislation. Is law enforcement effective? So we're finding pangolins are a really, really important mechanism to speak to government at so many different levels.
Great. Thank you all so much again. Thanks to the Pangolin Crisis Fund. Thank you. All right, now we're heading south. The next talk is from the Andean Cat Alliance, which is a consortium of conservationists working to protect the most endangered cat in all of the Americas, the Andean cat. There's about 2,000 adult living cats remaining on the planet. And this group, the Andean Cat Alliance, is working so hard to protect them across the borders of Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, and Peru. So it's a great honor to invite Rocio and Cynthia up to the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. A long time ago, before political borders were set, before all of our science and our concrete buildings, we had a stronger connection with nature. In some places, that connection is still mostly alive. And in the Andes, the Andean cat represents the deep connection, because it's the only species that native communities believe that can move between planes, between the plane of the gods and the plane of man. And you can still see a very unique spark in the eyes of a local person when they talk about the Andean cat. So this is still considered a sacred species. But sadly, these cats are disappearing really fast. As an example, for my PhD, half of the records of Andean cats I gathered came from dead Andean cats in North Patagonia. But the Andean cat doesn't live alone. And I want to ask my friend Cynthia here, why do you think that the Andean cat is sacred and not the other species that live with it?
Well, Rocio, this cat, Rocio and everybody, this cat is a special cat. It's a very rare species. We, as Paul already told us, we have only 2,200 individual left, mature individual left, along the whole distribution from Peru to the middle of Argentina and Chile. So this species also lives in this kind of environment. They live only, they're very specialists, and they live only the dry part of the Andes. So they really love this kind of habitats. They love steep places and rocky areas. They are adapted with this long tail to move between these rocks and hunt their prey. So they're very, very specialist. And 25 years ago, we know almost nothing about this cat. That was a very rare thing. So we learn about their biology, we learn about their ecology, and we also learn about the threats that these species are facing. After that, we create multinational conservation programs that allow us to mitigate, or we're trying at least to mitigate those threats. We are going to tell you a little bit about each one of these programs and the latest thing that we've been doing in the last months. So the first one of our conservation programs is the Positive Action Programs. It aims to increase responsible pet ownership. And we have 5 vaccination campaigns. We also provide medical care for the pets in the area that share the habitat with the Andean cat. We have a very successful one, which you can see. Everybody brings their animals, and also they bring their cats. We were kind of worried about cats' behavior, but they turn out behaving better than some of the dogs during the vaccination.
The conflict mitigation program is trying to facilitate coexistence between livestock herders and native carnivores by providing different set of tools to make this happen. Right now, we have our first draft of our toolkit of conflict mitigation measures that we expect it will make it easier for the communities themselves to try different techniques. It's specially designed for being easy to understand without a lot of text.
We have our CatCraft programs. These programs aim to provide sustainable economic alternatives to the communities. Artisans are not only working on improving their crafts, but they are also working on the communication skills because they want to improve their job as Andean cat ambassadors.
Our educational strategy actually is transversal to all of our conservation programs. And we have a brand new, we are very proud about this, a new educational kit. And right now, as we speak, there's an educational workshop where people are being trained in how to implement this kit. This is happening in Peru right now. People from the Andean Cat Alliance, people from our associates organizations that we work with, and other teachers are being trained in how to implement the kit. And we expect that them, in turn, will eventually train others, multiplying the impact of our educational strategy.
And the last one is our In the Field 24/7 program. This program is mostly focused on research. It has 3 legs. The first one, we are still trying to understand the Andean cat distribution, believe it or not. The second one is about genetics. We are still working and studying the genetic structure of this species. And the third one is a very ambitious project. We started this year thanks to a very generous donor, a long-term monitoring program that is going to monitor all the populations in the 4 countries. So what is more important for us is to understand population tendencies. We need to know if these cats populations are increasing or decreasing. So far we have very promising pictures, mom with the kitten, and we need to keep working a little bit more. So while I was talking, I was wondering, why are we here in this session? So what does our work have to do with cross-border conservation, Rocio?
So it has everything to do with it, because how many people here has cats in their houses? Well, all of you know that cats are not good with limits. So imagine how much they care about political borders. Of course, they don't care at all. But we do have to work around political borders, and it is a challenge in our very bureaucratic and highly dysfunctional South American countries. Everything is a challenge. And also, bear in mind that distances in South America are a lot bigger than how they seem. Going from where Cynthia works, the green dot on top, to where I work, is a 2-day truck drive that we have to do back and forth several times a year to take the truck that we use in the field. Just to keep that in mind, moving samples from one country to the other for our genetics program, taking the camera traps to another location, everything takes like forever. Starting an NGO took us 2 years. Paying salaries when the currency is not the real one and the official one, everything is a challenge. But these things never deter us. And our fantastic group of committed people that we have in the Andean Cat Alliance, we literally took this species out of oblivion and transformed it in a conservation priority, not just in South America, but also globally. So this has been done by these people that we represent here. And our conservation programs, as Cynthia said, are focused on reducing the conservation threats globally. And we work everywhere, all over where the cat is. And the success of this program is so big that there are no records of any Andean cats that have been hunted in any of the communities that we work at over the past 10 years. But it's not easy. It has not stopped us, but it's not easy. And if we keep on thinking that this species is still disappearing, we still have a lot of things to do. And sadly, we are doing all of this. As you can see, we work basically as a conservation fund, don't we? But we are doing this with a budget of $170,000 per year. This very small budget allows us only to pay 3 full-time salaries, 10 part-times, and doing all this fantastic field work we have. Imagine what we can do with just a little bit more. And as a final thought, I want to leave you with this idea. I think that everybody here, all the ones of you that raised your hands when I asked about if you have a cat, every one of us know the deep level of love and respect and even awe that we feel with these beings that we share our lives with. The spark in the eyes that we have as cat owners when our cats are purring next to us are not that different from the spark of the eyes of this lady when she sang the song to us that her mom taught her about the Andean cat that she has to sing when she was taking care of her llamas when she was a kid. And that connection transverse cultures. Protecting the Andean cat is not just protecting a species. It's protecting a landscape, it's protecting culture, and it's protecting identity. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you both so much. To kick things off, how did you get into this? How did you get into such an unusual and elusive species?
Both of us?
Both of you.
Okay, so I've always been, as probably half of this crew already knows, I'm a crazy cat person. I'm very proud of it, though. And I went into biology because I always loved cats. I love all animal species, but I'm mesmerized by all predators in general, and cats in particular. And I was very lucky because I was working with an organization when I was doing my undergrad degree, working with carnivores in North Patagonia, and when the Andean cat was discovered there by science, of course, I was the person in charge of studying the species there. And it's a one-way ticket, you know. Once you start working with a species like this, it's so cute, so magnificent, there's no way back.
I knew about the Andean cat when I was at the university, which is kind of embarrassing because I was old. But after I met him, I went as a volunteer for a 2-month trip, which was a lot. And I fell in love with the Andes at first. And then it's a very harsh environment, it's a very harsh work. But when you walk for an entire day and then you get back and see the pictures on the camera, from the cameras, it's like, it's worth it.
So we've got a question that says, do people in the different countries where you work, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina, do they have different perceptions of the cat? Do many people even know that they exist?
It is very variable, mostly in Bolivia, Peru, and the northern portions of Chile and Argentina. The cat still has this strong local relationship with cultures, like Quechua and Aymara descendants. They still know the species, they know and understand the importance of this species and how rare it is. In the central part of Chile and Argentina, because there has been secondary colonization, so they're not native descendants, the relationship is completely different. They don't even care about the species, and they kill it as they kill any other potential predator, even when the Andean cat does not really attack livestock in any significant way. Thank you for the question. We love questions. Shoot more questions. Come on.
Okay, last question then, here we go. Is there a target for healthy number of cats to reach as a population if we don't know their full range?
I'm gonna leave my program's director answer that question.
That's a difficult one. We don't know what was the population of Andean cats many years ago, because we just started to learn about this species 25 years ago, which looks like a lot, but it's not. So it's a difficult question. Our target is them to live in healthy populations, that for them to reproduce, to them to stay there, to don't disappear. And we don't have a target number, I think.
Yeah. The more, the better.
The more, the merrier, of course.
All right. Well, thank you so much, both of you. Thank you for your work. So for our final presentation in this session, we're going back to Africa. We're going to hear about one of the most incredibly effective carnivores on the continent. It's also one of the least understood and one of the most persecuted. So joining us today, making his Expo stage debut, we've got Nick Dyer and the Painted Dog Fund. Nick, welcome.
Thanks. The red. Thanks. I would like to take you on a journey. In many ways, it's a personal journey. And it started with a question. What does it take to save a species? A species that has declined from hundreds of thousands a century ago to only 6,500 today. A species that has been persecuted as vermin and driven to the edge of extinction. a species that is still under huge amount of threat today, not only from a loss of land, but also from snaring, roadkills, and disease. I am, of course, talking about the incredible painted dog, and I had the absolute privilege of spending 7 years living with them, studying them, photographing them, and really understanding their behaviors in Mana Pools, Zimbabwe, before I started my career in conservation. I think that's me. I think if any of you have ever seen them in the wild, I think you will agree with me that they really are Africa's most enigmatic creature. A creature that is, as Paul said, the most efficient predator, with over 80% of their hunts ending in kills. There they go. A creature that is led by an alpha female who is the general, the decision maker, and gentle mother. A creature that lives in close-knit packs, takes care of its pups, and is tied by a bond that I can only describe as love. And I certainly fell in love with them. And this is why I've made it my passion for the rest of my life to keep them with us. So what does it take to save a species? Peter Blinston, who many of you know, my late wife, Diane Skinner, and myself asked that question. What does it take to save a species, not just in one area, but across the whole of Africa? Di did a huge deep dive, consulting with every wild dog conservationist, and came up, working with WCN, who are a major part of this, came up with a theory of change that had 3 prongs to its strategy. First, and this is the irony, we know what works. We know what conservations can actually make a difference. Peter Blinston told me that when he started working in Wangi, he barely saw a wild dog. I was literally there this time last week, and it was all I could do to stop myself tripping over them. It's an exaggeration, of course. But their dedication to the conservation, their applied 30 years of learning in anti-poaching, in community outreach and education, in rehabilitation, tracking, understanding them, and research, has had an incredible impact. Can you imagine if there was a PDC wherever wild dogs exist? We want to bring best practice conservation interventions into every area where there are wild dogs. That's jealous. The second thing is they need more land. They used to be ubiquitous across the whole of Africa, but now they are just in a small few pockets. We want to reintroduce wild dogs into areas where they can live safely, where they can play a vital part in the ecosystem, and can live harmoniously and coexist with the communities that live around them. And the third is collaboration. We need, many conservationists, as it's been said to before, work in isolation. We want to create initiatives, bringing together really strong partners, and for the benefit of painted dogs across the whole of Africa. And I'm delighted to say that in many ways, because of many of you here, this is no longer a theory of change, but something that we are putting into practice. Over the last few years that we've actually been in existence, we have kickstarted 7 wild dog conservation projects across Africa, in the east, the south, and the west. There are no dogs in the north, yet. To give a couple of examples, in Senegal are the last remaining wild dogs in West Africa. Maybe only 3 or 4, perhaps 5 packs. We have been funding the Zoological Society of London to work in an area called Near Kolokoba, which is incredibly and challenging to work, in order to find out what threats they're facing. These amazing dogs are incredibly elusive, but through camera trapping and so forth, they have actually worked out snaring is a big issue and roadkills. We are now going to fund them to actually implement an action plan to keep the dogs there. In Zambia, we are working in the Lower Zambezi. Many of you might have heard about the Jeki Pack. It's famous for hunting buffalo. Yeah. The population in Lower Zambezi has amazingly gone extinct 3 times in the last 20 years. We are funding Conservation Lower Zambezi to understand why, because no one knows why, and keep them from vanishing again. As soon as I get back to Africa, I'm heading... Oh, let me show you some pictures of this amazing pack. They're pretty cool. Forgot to press the button. As soon as I get back to Africa, I'm heading to Tanzania, to an amazing park called the Selous Nyeri National Park. It's 2 parks, used to be 1. There is estimated to be 1,000 painted dogs in just that park alone. That's 15% of the entire remaining population. Yet incredibly, there is no focused painted dog conservation program going on there. So what we are going to be doing is working with the Frankfurt Zoological Society to create an action plan to actually protect them, and hopefully we can raise the funds we need to help them implement it. Oh, some dogs. But I have to level with you guys, right? Okay, we did hit a snag, yeah? For those who know Tate from Dynasties, that's her. Yeah. So, as Peter Blinston and David Kavawaga would actually testify to, wild dogs are an incredibly difficult species to work with. They need specific conservation skills that are actually almost unique to them. The problem that we've been facing is that when we go to areas and want to help them kickstart a wild dog project, we cannot find the people with the necessary skills. I am a former fund manager, and to me, return on investment is everything, and I don't like wasting donors' money. So what we are doing is an initiative led by the Painted Wolf Foundation in partnership with the Painted Dog Conservation Fund and the Zambian Carnivore Project to create the first Painted Dog Conservation Leadership Program, which will benefit conservationists across the whole of Africa. Critically, it will be funded by the Painted Dog Fund. What this means is it is not one of those coalitions and collaborations which are an aspiration. They are actually something that has adequate funding and has also got a mandate to deliver. At its core will be a leadership center that we are currently building in South Luangwa in Zambia. We will be able to put on a course we'll be able to create 20 wild dog conservationists a year. That is 100 over 5 years. They will become a connected army of individuals, clever ecologists, working to save the painted dog. It is the first of its kind. But we will finally put this beleaguered mutt on the top table of conservation, right? And it will be African conservationists that do it. But with this strategy, we hope to double the number of painted dogs over the next 30 years. This is what saving a species is about. This is what the Painted Wolf Foundation, Painted Dog Fund is about. But we are not alone. Being part of this incredible WCN network brings the dogs benefits that far exceed anything I can imagine coming from anywhere else. In addition, we can we can lean on, as the new fund, on the experience of the Lion Fund and the Pangolin Fund and the other wildlife funds that WCN runs. In addition, lots of additions, we have amazing partners to fund who are doing brilliant work in the areas that really need wild dog conservation work done. Without them, it cannot succeed. And I have to mention my advisory team, who have a collective 100 years of conservation experience for wild dogs between them. I can truly say that I am standing on the shoulders of giants. But I have to add that none of this would be possible without you. And for that is unfathomable. And for those of you who have not joined this journey, I would ask you to join these crazy people who actually love the dog. Yeah. Become part of this journey. Become part of the pack. And together, you, me, and the conservationists in the field can secure the future of the painted dog. Thank you. Thanks, Paul. Thanks.
All right, we have time for a couple questions, and the first one is a good one. So, clearly an amazing species, but can you clarify, is a wild dog, a painted dog, and a painted wolf all the same animal?
Yes, it is. So, yeah, sorry, I really struggle with this because I'm CEO of the Painted Wolf Foundation, run the Painted Dog Fund, and all the conservationists say you should just call them wild dogs, right? So it's always a bit of a problem. It is Lycaon pictus. It is not a dog. It is a separate species, as a separate genus. I'll ask the scientist. Genus, thank you. And yeah, so it is exactly the same. It's the painted dog, the painted wolf, and it's Lycaon pictus. In fact, the translation of Lycaon pictus is, in fact, painted wolf-like thing. So, so it often causes me a lot of grief. People go, oh, you should call them this or you should call them that. Personally, I don't care, as you can see from my talk, what you call them. I just ask you not to be dogmatic.
So, tell us a little bit more about why they're persecuted on the ground by some people who live alongside them. You showed some images displaying the threats that snares pose to them. Are those intentionally set for dogs or for other species?
No, they're basically, the dogs are a bycatch. So what you have is very poor villagers, community people, you know, they have to eat, and so they put out what Peter has talked about, the illegal bushmeat trade. They put out snares and dogs run through them, and you can actually, they put out lots of snares, not just one, and the dogs run down the game trails and they get caught, and it's horrendous, yeah. But it's not intentional, and this is why the conservation, what you need to do is what's most important is community work, because these are poor guys who want to eat, and some of them, there is an industrial side to it, but a large part of what we have to do is to, what I see it from my fund management days, is to improve the balance sheet for a community that lives alongside them. I can promise you that if any of you are farmers here, you actually, that they benefit from having them nearby, then they will become more tolerant. And that is a program that Peter Blinston has actually can prove actually works.
So last question, these are wide-ranging species, and we have populations of them scattered throughout sub-Saharan Africa. So do dogs adapt to different landscapes, and as they do, does their body composition or ecology change?
I don't know, they all smell as bad. But so if you've actually got, I mean, I can say what's like, they've been seen down, say, I'll just take Kenya, for instance. They've been seen down by the sea, swimming in the sea just below the Somalian border. And Thesiger, who is a famous explorer, has seen them on the top of Mount Kilimanjaro. So therefore, they're an incredibly adaptable species. If you look at the ones that are actually in Kenya, they're very, very dark, and they're actually smaller than the ones we find in southern Africa. And we're not really sure what they're doing in West Africa, but as I said in this talk, they could be a separate subspecies. Genetic work is being done to understand that. There's some in Namibia that are huge. I don't know why. Maybe there's just lots of food there. But so I can't answer from a scientific view whether they're physiologically different or anything like that. But there are certainly differences. And this is one of the challenges with reintroductions, is how, if you take dogs from South Africa and move them up to Kenya, are you actually interfering with the genetics? And so we have to be very careful on that front.
Great. Nick, thank you so much. As a reminder, 100% of donations to the Painted Dog Fund get dispersed directly to the field to painted dog conservation projects. So Nick, thank you so much again.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you. Behind you, sorry.
All right, folks, you're doing great. It's time for a break. We're going to break for 30 minutes. This is going to be the last time that you'll have access to the marketplace. So get out there, shop till you drop, and then be back in here or upstairs in 30 minutes for the final session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the last session of today. Thank you so much for hanging in here with us. You're here till the bitter end, and those are the people we love. So it's great to see some new faces and some faces we've known for a while. And I just thank you all for being here. I'm Kelly Wilson, the VP of Conservation Engagement for WCN, and it's my job to connect conservationists and donors. So if you ever want to connect with a conservationist, shoot me an email and we'll get you set up. Today we're going to be talking about land conservation and land purchase for conservation as a strategy. Land underpins a lot of conservation. We know that protecting habitat can be more effective than trying to restore damaged habitat. We know that creating corridors makes wildlife healthier and populations more diverse. Conserving large swaths, and sometimes even small ones, can help wildlife adapt to climate change, survive encroachment, and protect critical feeding areas. The protection of land across creates permanent for both wildlife and indigenous communities. And today we'll hear about what a powerful tool land purchase can be when combined with community engagement, long-term management, and broader conservation strategies. So first up, I'd like to introduce Neil Sharma, who's the director of our California Wildlife Program. Neil's been with WCN for about 4 years now and is a great addition to our team. We're very lucky to have him, and not only his skill set and his history with protecting land in California, but Neil's also that guy that asks a question, you're like, why didn't I think to ask that question? He keeps us guessing and he keeps us on our toes, and he's really great at bringing people together to save wildlife right here in California.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you all so much for being here. As Kelly said, my name's Neil Sharma, and I have the honor of leading WCN's California Wildlife Program. So Kelly, you teed it up. Today we're talking about land purchases, land acquisition, and in my mind this is really about protected areas, creating new protected areas, expanding protected areas in order to conserve wildlife habitat in perpetuity. I want to start with some brief personal background for context. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area on the peninsula, city of San Mateo, for those who know it. And, all right, yes. And growing up, I had the joy, and I would say the privilege, of being in places like this, the open space preserves, the parks of the peninsula. And from a young age, and continuing now, I revel in the life that one can encounter in these places. And so as I started to put together my idea of what conservation is and what it takes, these types of places, these preserves, were very much part of that picture as it started to develop. And over time, I became more and more curious about what led to these places being there as I got to know them to be, these designations, especially in contrast to some of the other things we see in the landscape. So here's the characteristic suburban sprawl of Santa Clara Valley, where I live now. We see lower intensity forms of sprawl as well, and this is not just in the Bay Area, this is throughout California. And these are, in some ways, the manifestation of habitat loss and fragmentation, which we know, puts the direct threats on biodiversity and the function of our ecosystems. So as I dug into my career, I spent about 10 years with an organization called Peninsula Open Space Trust. And all right, some Post fans out here, good. Land acquisition being one of the key tools within the toolkit for that organization's work. So this is using real estate techniques like land purchases or acquiring the development rights to private property and applying what are called conservation easements, just for those protections to continue in perpetuity. Really powerful, durable tools for conservation. And before I get farther, I do want to acknowledge that when we're dealing with land, working with land, none of these places are static or sterile. Any place we are is steeped in history and context, and that raises important issues about ownership and access when we're thinking about the near and the distant future. And so those are all parts of the puzzle that we need to contend with as we do this work. Land protection continues to be an integral part of WCN's California Wildlife Program, which aims to protect and restore wildlife connectivity throughout the state of California. We use every approach available to address both the causes and the effects of habitat fragmentation, with land protection fitting right in there as one of those approaches that we use. So much of this work really comes down to the things we build as a society: our cities, our roads, other infrastructure. And much of the work is about figuring out how to make it easier, or at least possible, for other species to navigate the landscape, find what they need to live their lives, and to participate in robust and resilient ecosystems. So today we're going to take a look at one of the places that has a lot going on in California. It's not too far south of where we are, east of Monterey Bay, where the Santa Cruz Mountains and the Gabilan Range come together. This is a landscape of urgency to restore gene flow for pumas, particularly in the Santa Cruz Mountains, who are relatively isolated and need to be able to exchange genes with their neighboring subpopulations in order to remain viable and healthy in the long term. It's a landscape with challenges. We can see here the movements of two collared individuals coming up against the highway from different directions. We can look at the movements of bobcats with different individuals in different colors here. There's one gray fox down at the bottom of the map. And we can see how the highways are in some ways hemming them in and otherwise influencing their use of the landscape. And this is a landscape of real progress. So I want to do a little bit of a then and now comparison of the protected lands in this landscape, shown in green, particularly in this spot here, where the Santa Cruz Mountains, the southern part of the Santa Cruz Mountains, just at the northern upper part of the screen, and the northern part of the Gabilan Range, down at the bottom, where those are coming together. So here's 2019. And here we are, 2025. One more time, just for a comparison, 2019, thank you, and 2025. And I really see this as a result of a convergence of many organizations coming together, thinking about connectivity at that regional scale, and realizing that we all need to team up to make the progress needed in this landscape. The Land Trust of Santa Cruz County, Peninsula Open Space Trust, the Trust for Public Land, San Benito Agricultural Land Trust, the Conservation Fund, Amamutsun Land Trust, and WCN working alongside our partners. And we can see here with the icons are the subset of these properties where WCN had a direct hand in the protection. You might also notice a somewhat conspicuous gap in the green here. Although there has been one landmark acquisition in between these highways, so we have to recognize that progress. Well, this is the most parcelized and complicated part of the landscape, and we've been working with many of the same partners to analyze habitat and wildlife data to prioritize the places that are most in need and most appropriate for protection using these tools. And that's what's going to inform our work over the next several years. Another piece of the picture is the work to remediate the barrier effect of highways. So where you see this icon is the site of a future wildlife crossing over the highway down in that valley below. It'll be a large vegetated overpass. We've been working for the past few years with our partners at the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County, Caltrans, other organizations deep in the technical aspects of the planning and engineering, and it's going to be ready for construction about 2030, so making great progress towards this crossing becoming a reality. And so it's the land protection that needs to come together with the wildlife crossing infrastructure, with habitat restoration, with other measures to promote coexistence in this landscape. All those pieces need to fit together in order to support the diversity of life that we can see represented here on the screen. And to head towards a close, I would like to take us a little bit closer yet to the story of just one of these places. The location is shown where that enlarged icon is on the map. This is about 540 acres in the northern part of the Gabilan Range in San Benito County. This is a property that could have been subdivision development and all that would have come along with it in this tenuous area for habitat connectivity. But instead, it's protected in perpetuity. And so how this came about was funding through WCN's California Wildlife Program enabled the Trust for Public Land to acquire the property. They've since transferred that ownership to a local organization called the San Benito Agricultural Land Trust. There's a conservation easement over the property that's held by the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County, so that provides an additional layer of habitat protection in perpetuity. share ideas, set priorities, pool resources, including funding, share ideas, set priorities, pool resources, including funding, and make big moves to chart a new path forward together. So with that, I'd like to thank you all again very much for being here, and I'll invite up, Kelly, are you coming back up? Okay, I'm handing it back over to Kelly.
Great
All
job.
right, thanks.
You're staying here for questions.
Okay.
All right, so Neil's going to stick with us for a few minutes more for questions. There will be a QR code. You guys are probably used to this by now. A QR code popping up there. If you have any questions, feel free to submit them. This is also the same QR code we've been using all day, so if it's already open on your browser, dive on in there. So, Neil, what besides coffee gets you excited about this work and out of bed in the morning?
Well, I think green tea is the secret.
Okay.
Well, going back to the people that I work with, these are people that I'm generally and genuinely happy to see no matter what it will be. We're tackling these gnarly challenges, and I feel like there's no ego involved. It's a group of people across organizations making the best use of the tools that we have. So the camaraderie is something that over time becomes more and more meaningful to me. But also, I included that photo of a tree frog early in the presentation. That was taken recently. So it's, the hopes of seeing, especially the herpetofauna, give me a big boost of life every time I can encounter them. So I think it's a bit of the social camaraderie, but also just the awe of encountering another being out there and wanting to be able to support that.
Yeah, life's good when we do more things together, right? Somebody's asking, will you be working with the growing wolf population here in California?
Yeah, so the California Wildlife Program is active statewide, and we are getting more and more work going up in the northeastern parts of California where the wolves have been establishing and re-expanding their occupancy. So more things to come. That also happens to be the landscape where there are seasonal migrations, long-distance migrations of ungulates, and so applying the same kinds of approaches that I was describing in this landscape connecting the Santa Cruz Mountains and the Gabilan Range is work that we're replicating elsewhere throughout the state. So where the wolves may roam included.
Great. As an Oregonian and loving that OR7 came down and is sharing his genetics here in California many years ago. What political and financial challenges do you face in creating forested wildlife overpasses?
That's the heavy hitter question.
That's the heavy hitter.
So on the financial side, I would say we're at a really exciting time in the life of wildlife crossing infrastructure in California. And 15 years ago, we were looking at other states, other countries, the wildlife crossings that were being built, and dreaming of those kinds of things coming to fruition in California. Now we're at a point where through tremendous collective effort, these are in the stages of planning. I mentioned one project. There are a handful of others in different parts, high priority locations in California. They're making their way through the planning stages, and they're going to be getting ready for construction at around the same time. So we're going to need to team up and figure out how we're going to get these built using public funding, private funding, and being as smart and strategic as we need to be to make these pencil out. So that's on the financial side, I would say. On the political side, we need to see more cross-sectoral collaboration between conservation groups, housing folks, people working on land use advocacy, and that's work that we've also been doing within the California Wildlife Program, because by design, we are a network. We're ever expanding, finding people with different strengths, finding areas of common interests, and seeing how we can team up together to advance shared solutions. But the politics are tough. Understatement.
I'm just gonna leave that.
Understatement.
Housing is a big discussion in California where there's a housing shortage. What kind of discussions with communities go into preserving large spaces of land?
So the one thing I want to call out on that is a really exciting new law that passed last year called the Room to Roam Act. And what this will do is create new requirements and associated process in the way local governments plan their land use with an eye towards wildlife connectivity. So when the different counties around California are going through the process of updating their general plans, they're going to be thinking about wildlife connectivity in new ways than before, and that'll be part of the public dialogue about what that means for land use designations. And that'll go into effect in 2028. It passed last year, but to give a few years for folks to get the data in order and get ready for these changes to be introduced. And so in the meantime, we're working with partners all around the state to make sure we have a handle on the relevant data, bring new information to light where it might be needed so that people can make the best informed decisions as that rolls out.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Next up, we have one of our most high energy conservationists, Robin Appleton from Spectacle Bear Conservation, and Yannick Windy will be joining me here in a second to talk about their new land purchase that WCN is incredibly proud to have been a part of through our new Shared Landscapes Fund. Some of you in this room helped make that happen, and I'm very thankful to you, and I know Robin is as well. So Robin, Yannick, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I love how my introduction is high energy. I didn't have a coffee this afternoon, so I'll keep it slightly slow. We don't have a clicker, though. So just start. So when I first saw my very first spectacle bear in the wild, one of the things that most drew me to this species, and just looking at this photo, was just their gentle face, the kindness that you see in the eyes. And that's what kept me here for 15 years, is that photo. But really, it's that number, 5,000 bears left in the wild. Those numbers you probably heard all throughout the day. Numerous species, numbers are declining. And this species is the only bear species in South America. It's got small little populations throughout, from Venezuela all the way down to Bolivia. But they have the right and they deserve to live and remain in the wild. This is the incredible communication that we hear between the female and the cub. They have an incredible vocalization, and this is a video we took probably 2 months ago, just outside of Machu Picchu or within the reserve. And just watching the species live, this is a very healthy ecosystem, and watching the interaction, looking at the health of that species, it gives you such great hope for bears overall. But one of the things, and I posted this photo in the past, but like, what bear climbs rocks like this? Like, this is a rock climbing bear. I mean, think about Yosemite, and this bear is crossing these massive areas to reach food. And this is one of the snails that they're trying to reach. But this cub is only like 5 months old. But then another thing I feel like I relate with these guys is that they love mud puddles. They love rolling and bathing in mud. They know how to have a really good time. And while sometimes I feel like this is my spirit animal, these guys also like to bathe. And after I played in the mud as a child, I did not like to bathe. But they know how to chill. They know how to relax. They play in the mud. So they're super charismatic. They're really an amazing species to watch. But I feel like I relate more to this. So after our mud puddle get all dirty, fighting with my sibling here to have the first bath. But I'm just trying to bring light to this species because they're an animal that most people never get the opportunity to see. They are in different zoos around the world, but to really see them in their natural environment and to show all these incredible characteristics is just such an honor to us, to our team. And they have such different, so most people here have seen black bears, grizzly bears. They are the way they walk around and they kind of stomp, but these guys spend a lot of their time standing. They pose, they're climbing trees, they build nests, they have a really interesting kind of behavior, but they look very human-like. And I think that's something that really drew the attention of the Inca people as well, who thought of bears as semi-gods, part of their natural world, and they didn't actually depict them much in a lot of the ceramics and things, and it's thought by a lot of the archaeologists because they were so important to their culture. And so while they, I think, are the most incredible, of course I'm biased, species on the planet, they're incredibly adorable. But as a biologist, what I really like about them is their importance for their ecosystems. So they are the forest engineers.
They're an apex predator. They maintain that balanced ecosystem. So we know when we protect spectacle bears, we are protecting a really important part. And in fact, in Peru, by protecting spectacle bears, we are protecting 60% of all habitat for species. So they're really important in Peru. But this is a lot of their landscape, and especially now we're working in Machu Picchu, we're learning they love high mountains. I have to work in feet, 20,000 feet all the way down to a couple thousand feet. So their terrain is huge, and it's dense, and it's really hard to move about. You can see kind of our biologists down here, and we're putting camera traps throughout this ecosystem. But it's a really challenging place to work. And with that, it makes it really hard to understand them and know what their needs are, their threats, and their risks. And so this kind of forest is their typical habitat, cloud forest, which is dense, full of bamboo, and it's really hard to move through them. And that's really one of the reasons why we know so little and people haven't had that opportunity to see them. But we do work across these 3 different ecosystems, dry forests all the way up to the cloud forest. But for the purpose of this presentation, and I know we have to be quick, although I'm trying not to talk too fast, we're focusing on the dry forest ecosystem, which is this in the photo here. That's a little tiny oasis in the background, but it's an incredibly dry area that gets rain probably every 6 or so years. And while it does look dead, it's actually full of life, full of species and incredible wildlife. But there are these incredible oases. There's maybe in this area about 5 or 6 permanent water holes, which is a critical resource for these bears. So they're coming down to drink. You can hear the screaming cubs in the background. They have temper tantrums just like children do. But one of the biggest challenges that we're faced with, and we're seeing it more and more every year now, is human-bear conflict. And I know this is a common issue in Africa, but we're seeing a lot of this now as well, which ultimately results in retaliatory killing. So we're seeing a lot more poaching occurring, and especially as we move up through our habitat. But also, as many of you know, in the last few years, we've been really dealing with incredible, out-of-control wildfires, which I know here in California is also a concern. And as any of you know, it can happen like that, and it can just wipe out an entire ecosystem. So that's one of our biggest threats. But also for our team. Our team are out there checking camera traps, and in any time, like we've had people out there and stuck in and around wildfires, and you can see this is one of our camera traps photos, melted away. So a lot of this slash and burn is happening because there's not enough land left. There's just not enough land for people. There's not enough land for animals in Peru. And it's being cleared at an astronomical rate for agriculture. This is rice plantations. So this is the bear habitat in the equatorial dry forest, which is a critically endangered ecosystem. So 1980, the green. But this is 1924. That's pretty scary because that's in our lifetime and we're seeing it, and I'm seeing it, my team is seeing it, and it's something that keeps us in this daily panic. And a result of that is this incredible photo, which I don't like talking about it, so I won't dwell on it too much. You can see this bear is starving, and that's a common photo that we see in this area. When there's not enough food, there's just not enough to keep these bears alive. But disease comes with that. When you're not well nourished, you're not well fed, you're really susceptible to disease, which also ends in this. But the solution is protecting habitat. We need to protect enough food, enough space for these bears. And national parks are typically what we think of for protection, which is a part of the solution. This is the northern population we're working to protect. La Cupampa is a national park, and you can see this is GPS collar points in the national park. But that's how much the bear uses. These are the bears, numerous bears, outside of the park. So we're finding 70% of their time is being spent outside of a park. So the question is, are parks enough? Is that enough to keep the species alive, the species alive? And you have to think about, if we remove all of the habitat surrounding a national park, will they remain here? And we can see here, no, they won't. So it's not enough. This is Cheetah. We're going down to the south just for a second because I wanted to show you. He's an incredible male bear. This is the whole park of Machu Picchu, which is 40,000 hectares. Can't tell you in acres. A lot, close to 100 acres, 100,000 acres. But this bear, he's like moving across mountain ranges from one side to the other. And I put this in just to show you this little tiny red circle here. So these are his points across time. This little tiny red circle's in front of Machu Picchu. That's what those mountains look like. So this dude is walking across those mountains, and that's nothing. This is like a dot in his habitat range. So when you're talking about conservation and trying to keep these species and can protect enough land for them, well, look at these mountains. Like, these are huge. So that was that, you know? And so that's one of our biggest challenges. And I wanted to put this up just to show you. He walked like a couple of 100 kilometers or miles in only a few days. He did close to 100,000 meters of elevation gain. So thinking of feet, we're talking like 300,000 feet. Up, down, up, down, up, down. That's why they're so big and buff and tough. That's the train to Machu Picchu for anybody that's been to Machu Picchu. So these bears are used to hearing a lot of human sounds. That's probably why they go up, just to get away from it all. But so how do we deal with that? Large spaces, these bears need a lot of food. So this is our strategy. We use research, monitoring. We have to understand what their needs are. We need to understand what the resources are. Habitat protection and, of course, community empowerment. I'm sure today you've heard some incredible presentations about the importance of community. The future of conservation is in community. It requires the people who are living amongst these bears, living around these areas, to protect and to be incorporated into the conservation plan. Empowering these women. Being part of our Felty program, many of you have seen and purchased, thank you, our product outside. Currently, we can't ship any product out of Peru to the US because of the tariffs, and Peru has stopped shipping to the US. So please help us sell some of these products. It's a real challenge for us right now, so something we need to work on and continue to diversify. So hopefully we can keep these women employed. We've trained over 200 women and have them working full-time and make up to 40,000 products a year. So the program is really expanding, but we need to be able to ship to the US and or Europe or anywhere. So, but getting to the point of this whole area is land purchase. This is a really big one for us right now. So this was a dream that started 10 years ago, and we were able to purchase our first swath of land, 1,000 acres, in 2021, with the ideas that we would keep poachers off and start enhancing the land and try to expand it in the resources. I mentioned before, water is a really important resource, so we've been building water holes and trying to make sure these bears have what they need.
Am I work? Okay, thanks. But we didn't stop there. We dreamed bigger. And thanks to many of the people who are here in this room and WCN, we are very excited to say that we have officially purchased 5,000 acres of this amazing critical bear habitat. So with you, I was just trying to assimilate. In fact, I arrived to SPC right on the day where this whole process finalized and the dream was official. And I was trying to assimilate the dimension of what was now secured for the bear population with SPC. So this is a video of Calicantro, and it took me a few days, and I was trying to interview everybody on site the day that all of this happened, and everybody was crying, and it was full of emotion of just the dimension that it is. This is the land purchase seen in the map. And as Robin said, the National Park of Laquipampa isn't enough. And truly, what Calicantro represents is an official and very secured grocery shop for bears, because well, this place holds a specific and crucial fruit called sapote. And sapote is an essential fruit that ensures the reproductive cycle of the bears and feeds them off well. I've tried this fruit, it's very strange, and it's strange looking as well. But yeah, this fruit has all the sugars and carbohydrates and essential minerals that ensure, in fact, that the bears have this food available. Hopefully, and we are very hopeful that with Calicantro, we're not going to see sites like this anymore. This is a mama bear feeding off a tree, and they literally feed off a tree for 2 weeks. They can feed off this wood for 2 weeks. And what she's doing here is eating the tree and then translating that into breastfeeding milk with her cub there. So by ensuring the land, we're hopeful that we won't see sites like this anymore. We've been seeing sites like this every winter, and most of the times they don't have any food available, and that's what they're eating.
As much as everybody loves our logo, and this is part of our logotype, we're hopeful that with Calicantro we don't see sights like this anymore. This is Laura, a mama bear, passing on saliva to her cub because her cub was severely dehydrated and she had ran out of milk to breastfeed him. So with Calicantro we're ensuring all this food for the species. As much as it is amazing to ensure it for bears, it's also amazing to ensure it and keep it safe for other amazing species that coexist with the spectacled bear. It is a biodiversity hotspot that holds endemic birds that only exist in this region of the equatorial dry forest, and most of them coexist with the bears. But there is still a lot of work to do. Most of the surrounding areas have indigenous communities, and these are severely threatened every year by forest fires that are very aggressive and get rapidly out of control. Which is why we're scaling up and empowering the communities through our programs and also supporting them through family planning. We're also working a lot on education and making the bear present in the future generation of what could potentially be the conservationists of the future around the area. And we're passing on the torch with conservation through very meaningful and trustful and long-term relationships with the communities. So what is next? I'm going to hand it off to Robin once more.
And now I'm going to go really quick because I know we're out of time. But there's only like 4 slides. So I let Yannick do the big news because the 5,000 acres was a really emotional time for all of us. But I do want to just say thanks to everybody. I know there's a lot of supporters that made that happen. So thank you. I won't keep talking about that. We'll talk after. But so what's next? Yannick said what's next, and we're here in land. So we didn't stop there. We didn't stop with dibujos. And with all of your support, we realized there's so much more we can do. And we can continue to think bigger, more impact, keep growing. And so we're moving on to phase 2. So the second phase, Calicantro, took us 2 years to raise those funds. We made that our legal goal. So now we want to be even more ambitious, and we're going to go for 1 year. So we're moving into the next phase of Calicantro, which is the same area, which will create one huge protected area for these bears and basically storing all of the food that's required for these bears. So leaving with that, this is Laura and her cub from our logo, but this is an incredibly important place. This new phase of land purchase is incredibly important for the reproduction of these bears. It has essential foods that puts them into estrus, maintains their reproduction, and allows them to continue to lactate and increase their survival rates for the cubs. So hopefully we can continue to see. This is some of my very original footage. It's like 17, 18 years old, the first time we saw a female and cub in the wild. But I just wanted to leave, and I think fitting, a quote from Dr. Jane Goodall, and she did say, we all make a difference in the world, but we can choose the difference that we want to make. So I hope you choose to make a difference and to help continue to support our land purchase. I did it without crying.
Amazing. Thank you both so much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions on that one. But next up, we have one of our newer WCN partners. And I'm really excited about these guys. I'm really excited about what they have to say on this topic because they have some big things coming up. I had one of these conversations with this organization that just blew my mind. And it was one of the first times I sat down with them. So what are your needs? And they said, we really need a truck because we're doing all of our field work by public transportation. And that just blew my mind. So if you got an extra truck sticking around, let me know. But next up, we have Felipe Alfonso and Natalia Fuentes. I'm awful at names. And they're going to talk to you about the newly named Ecuadorian spider monkey as opposed to a brown-headed spider monkey. So I just learned that today, that we now have Ecuadorian spider monkeys. So guys, over to you.
Today, we want to open a window to a world that is still beating, but softly. A world that, if we could not do anything, maybe we're going to lose. We will share how together we can trying to protect the most threatened species in the world, the Ecuadorian species, the Ecuadorian spider monkeys in the world. And that is a species that only is beautiful, is a species that remains the resilience of the life itself. And to begin, we want to share with you this difficult video to watch. And here you are seeing Kiyari. He's making a really hard decision, thinking how going down to cross the road. And that decision can put his life in danger, because this is not a normal behavior for the spider monkeys. And we will explain later why. 50 years ago, in the Ecuadorian Choco, the forest of Manabi was a paradise. There, jaguars, pumas, and the extraordinary spider monkey live side by side. That forest was the home of the grandparents of Denby. Maybe some of you remember Denby because you met him in our first Expo 2 years ago. And the question is that over the years, here the forest was replaced with cocoa and coffee crops until the cattle ranches became the main activity in that area. And so, little by little, the call of the jaguar fell silent, the pumas disappears, and the spider monkeys were trapped in very small fragments. And 9 years ago, we came to Manabi for our first time, and that visit changed our life forever, because when we were looking for the monkeys in the forest, we found something really hard for us that broke our hearts. Because since these beautiful and sensitive animals trying to survive in really hard conditions was a really sad experience. But at the same time, we understand and we can see that they were looking for a chance, and we feel like we have a new opportunity, and the forest was giving the last chance. And that day we made a promise for the spider monkeys and a promise for that forest that still resists in that area. And the promise was you are not alone, and we are here to protect you. And that is how.
So with that promise, we have been very fortunate to see some of really nice stories about the Ecuadorian spider monkeys that live over there in this region. One of them was Denby to Grow, this small young male that you saw in the last video. But today, we want to share another story, and a story of these two lovely ladies. So in the right is Cantu. Cantu is a baby female spider monkey for around 2 years old. And her mother, Killa, actually he is probably 20 to 25 years old. So this shows us that they are living proof that hope exists and that life still wants to move forward. So through our research and monitoring, we now know that in this region, at least 300 Ecuadorian spider monkey lives in at least 29 forest fragments. And for a critically endangered species, this number is really important. And it's a population to fight for. So that's why this is the most threatened population of the species in the world. Fortunately, seeing the presence of mothers and babies in several of the fragments that we have surveyed show us something very powerful. And it's that if we give them time, if conservation strategies succeed, there will be hope for this type of species. Also, or not also. Let's think something first. How is to live in a forest fragment? Because we can imagine that we all depend on water, land, food, but let's think that suddenly everything just gets scattered or fragmented. So everything is not going to be within our reach. Not everything will come when we need it. And that's the reality for the spider monkeys in Manabí. To understand that better, we must remember that spider monkeys are over 80% of their diet depends on fruits. And fruits are not available all the time because trees are dispersed across the forest between different patches, and all tree species don't produce fruits at the same time. So when the forest is cut down and fragmentation comes up, that means that for species like the spider monkeys, they probably will not have enough food for the year. As you see, sometimes for spider monkeys, it's not easy to eat these fruits because this is very hard. You can see how she is just pulling up with their hands and their feet. Also, spider monkeys, and this is a cool video. A spider monkey is a canopy species. They really love the high strata of the forest. Over there, they have their home, their office. All the social behaviors takes place in these parts of the forest. As you can see, these two females is Killa and Tamia, and they are grooming each other. They really take care of each other. And don't take them wrong, they don't have lice of any other ectoparasites. It's just that grooming behavior is really important in this type of habitats where it's fragmented, because fragmentation, one consequence of fragmentation is the competence of food resources, and grooming is there to lower this kind of stresses. In a fragmented forest or landscape like Manabí, we have seen some really difficult videos. Over here, you are seeing Cantu and Killa, the ones that we saw in the picture. And they just are crossing around this forest, these pasture lands. Behind them are Killari, the male that you saw in the first video is the older brother of Cantu. He is running over there. But behind them, there are also another family going in the same way. And we just can't imagine how difficult it's going to be this, because, for example, you can imagine to being a child and maybe going through a busy street like maybe Mission Street here in San Francisco in a rush peak hour, but without a crossroad or a traffic light. And imagine you to be a small child of 5 to 6 years old, like this height, because spider monkeys is like this height, and trying to do this. That's why where they go into the ground, they just run, because it's very risky for them. They can have new diseases just going into the ground because they are canopy species. They are not supposed to be over here. So they can take some parasites and have new diseases that it could be very lethal for them. So in 2016, there was no acre of forest protected. Actually, there was no conservation organization in this area. And we are talking about one of the 25 most endangered primates in the world. So this area was really abandoned, and we knew that we needed to act immediately. It took us some years, but in the meantime, we were there researching, talking to communities, and in 2022, with our wonderful partners, we achieved the first 500 acres and the beginning of the Mono Araña, or Spider Monkey Reserve. Thank you. Now, we want to acquire almost double the land. Oh, sorry, I'm going to go back. So, now we want to acquire almost double the land, and for about $400,000, we can really make a change in this landscape. Because that yellow plot that you are seeing is the area that we are aiming to buy now, and to expand the protected area to 1,072 acres. Also, this gives us an opportunity to start working on the connection of these two areas. And looking forward to the future, we aim to triple our efforts. And our aim is to probably by or with other conservation measures, protect all these other core forests, and to, of course, it's going to be a collective help, and probably, maybe with your help, we can achieve that in the long run. And while we do that, we are working on reforestation and restoration activities. We are now in a process of reforesting 115 acres, and reforestation and restoration is really a good opportunity to mobilize knowledge between scientifics and local communities. We are over there always talking to the communities because conservation only happens through a community effort, really. So we are continue working with the local schools, with the local children of the area, because we know that for the future, we have to work together. If we are going to change future and we are going to strengthen their livelihoods, we have to meet them, know their challenges, and work with them to have a better goal. So, spider monkeys, they have survived despite everything, despite all the things that we have showed you in this presentation. And now the real challenge is whether they will have a safe home forever or whether their story will end here. But we want to write another ending for this story. The ending that we want to write is that Quilla and Cantu will continue to have the trees that they need to continue to the future, and of course, to thrive with to wildlife and communities to thrive together. So thank you very much.
El tiempo. Very nice. Thank you both so much. It's amazing what a small organization can do when you think big. I guess I think we have time for one question, maybe? One, yeah. I'm getting a nod from the boss. Let me see here. What got you interested in starting with spider monkeys? What was it about spider monkeys that really made it your passion?
Well, good question. And it's a lot of facts, actually, but I think one of the things that they are very cool. You can see them, like, how they move very fast with their long tail. They have a really particular movement. It's brachiation. It's just like the gibbons. So it's amazing to see them over there in the forest. And I think all the social behaviors, they are really social. They are really similar to chimpanzees, indeed. So for us, this probably, it could be two things that have made us working for them.
Well, it's a new species for many of us, so thank you guys for all you do.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to leave this side of the world and head on over to Uganda. We're going to hear from an organization that's done some really incredible work over the years, making sure that gorillas have space to roam, the health to do it in, and support from those who appreciate them. So next up, we have Gladys, often known as Dr. Gladys, from Conservation Through Public Health.
Good afternoon, everybody. Excited to be here today. I would like to start off by a tribute to my hero and mentor, who really inspired me to follow my dream of wanting to protect wildlife. I actually started a wildlife club in high school. Then I got to hear about Dr. Jane Goodall, and I was really inspired. Reading her books and meeting her as a vet student in London. I'm so sad to hear that, it was shocking to hear this news, actually just before I gave a talk in North Carolina, UNCW. And this was the last photo I took with Dr. Jane Goodall when she came to Uganda 2 years ago. I was with our youngest son, Tendo, who's been in the national visiting wildlife since he was 2 months old. And Dr. Jane Goodall wrote the foreword for my book, Walking with Gorillas. May she rest in peace and power. She also gave my mother an award. Thank you. She also gave my mother an award. That's my mother. And why is this photograph so important? My mother is somebody who has really encouraged me to follow my dreams. She was one of the first female politicians in Uganda and empowered so many women. That's why Jane Goodall gave her an award, because Jane Goodall not only promoted and supported protection of species, but she also was very passionate about women empowerment. So, she gave my mom an award, she gave me an award, and she gave our organization, Conservation Through Public Health, an award in 2018. I took my mother to visit the gorillas in 2000. She was 70 years old. She was so scared about the gorillas before I told her I really want to work with gorillas. She's like, no, they're going to maul you. You know, King Kong, Hollywood was making her scared of the gorillas. But when she finally saw them, she said, oh, they're just gentle vegetarian giants living in a big salad bowl. And this time she actually tracked gorillas in a skirt. I've never seen my mother wearing trousers in my life. And the local communities warmed up to her because the women there don't wear trousers either, and they brought her crafts. She's always supported my work, and so it was devastating when, beginning of August, my mother passed on at the age of 96. Having made a big speech, so just like Dr. Jane Goodall, she passed on, she transitioned while working. May she also rest in peace, power, and glory. Bwindi National Park is the second stronghold of the mountain gorillas. I finally got to study them as a vet student in 1994, when my mom finally said, it's okay. She let me do whatever I want, but the gorillas freaked her out a bit. And as I was driving to Bwindi, this is what I saw. And this became a familiar scene. Very beautiful, but I was quite struck by the hard edge between the community and the park. How many of you here have seen mountain gorillas? Great. It is really a once-in-a-lifetime experience for those who haven't seen them, and I would encourage you to see them. This was the first mountain gorilla I saw. It's not a very clear photo, but it's a very emotional one. He was called Kachupira because when they were habituating him, he had a broken hand. And that day, he was the only male gorilla we saw. He wasn't actually heading the group. The rest of the group were not there. And when I looked at Kachupira, I looked into his eyes. I felt a very deep connection. And I felt I really need to protect this species. First of all, seeing how little habitat they had left, and the fact that when I just arrived, I was sick, and I couldn't see them for 1 week. And I realized that actually I can really make them sick because I had a nasty flu. And I felt I really want to protect the gorillas because there are only about 300 left in Bwindi, 350 in Virungas, only 650 in the whole world. So I thought to myself, just as, you know, I now want to become a full-time wildlife vet, and I eventually did. I wrote to the executive director of the national parks and told him what a vet does, and I became Uganda's first wildlife vet. So mountain gorillas are so special. I've learned so much from them. They are just like us. They have very strong family bonds. The babies are very playful. They like to disturb their moms and dads. The moms are great mothers. I've learned how to be a good mother because of them. The silverbacks are also great dads. Mountain gorillas are really amazing. And the moms just love taking care of their young. And the babies look at you when you come and show off So they're very much like humans. In fact, there's a tourist who said to me, "That baby gorilla is so cute, it's cuter than my grandson." And that's saying something, because for my mother, she was so in love with her grandchildren. So by the time someone says that, then you can see how special gorillas are. And so we've been looking after them for a long time. A few years later, we founded Conservation Through Public Health, and my husband was the second founder member. He donated $100 to add to mine, and we started the NGO here in America, and then we got a third founder member, the non-profit, when we're in North Carolina. So it's so important to look after the gorillas, and we're pleased that the female rangers are increasing. She's actually a female ranger. When I started out, there were no female rangers, and now 20% are female. And the mountain gorillas' numbers have grown. This is a very encouraging sight to see. We're seeing it's much easier to find them, and the numbers have grown, and due to many successful conservation efforts, improved veterinary care. There wasn't any when I started out, and now there's great veterinary care for the mountain gorillas, improved community engagement. Some of the money from tourism is shared with the local communities. Most of the people hired are from the communities, and some money goes to support the local community. So tourism has really helped the mountain gorillas, because the money goes to patrol the park. I participated in the very first gorilla census in 1997, when we counted 300 gorillas to add to the 350 in Virunga, and the numbers have steadily grown to the point that IUCN downlisted gorillas from critically endangered to endangered in 2018, although there are only just over 1,000 left in the world. So we want to keep up with this trend, and it always warms my heart when a new baby gorilla is born. It always gives me a lot of hope. This is a newborn baby. But there's this big threat which is stopping the numbers continuing to grow, and currently now we're carrying out a census at Bwindi, and we hope to count more. But there is a very hard edge between the community and the park, as you can see. So this was the first sight I saw when I arrived into the park. They said, "This is Bwindi." And I'm like, "What?" I was living near here the first time I went. And the gorillas can come out, because when they lose their fear of people, they go back to places they used to range before gorilla tourism began. But people are only allowed in for tourism, research, and other controlled activities. However, the number of gorillas that are habituated have increased. So it started off with 2 for tourism. Now there's 27 habituated gorilla groups for tourism in Bwindi and 1 in Mugahinga, in the Virungas. And as you can see, they're habituated and they're living anytime they're going outside the park. So we find that 50% of the habituated gorilla families have some of their range outside the park, which is a big issue. And so over here is the biggest thing we're worried about, is that very narrow neck. It's actually the same size as San Francisco and Oakland. And it's a really tiny park. It's just 321 square kilometers. So then we want to expand the neck. This is the area that is the biggest concern, because once you cut the neck, the gorillas will not be able to cross from the southern sector to the northern, and most of them are in the southern sector. They only range a little bit around the neck, and so it's more like the Bay Bridge that's connecting San Francisco and Oakland. So what happens? Because of this, they're always going out, they're eating people's banana plants, because people grow a lot of crops around the area. This particular gorilla is a blackback who decided to venture out, quite far out of the park, to come and try and eat, things in community gardens, plants, and banana crops. And that happens all the time. They destroy people's livelihoods, and people get upset. But if they're benefiting from tourism, they can tolerate the gorillas a bit more, but if they're not, they won't. They also love to eat the bark of the trees, and when they encourage people to plant trees so they don't have to cut trees in the forest, this also happens as well. So we've been, over time, with support from WCN, we've been training the rangers and the gorilla guardians to herd gorillas back when they come out, to give them, to make sure they don't get sick from the communities. It is quite difficult herding them, the big silverback and everything. Like, you can herd them, then they come out the other side of the forest. They're quite cheeky. But we have strong men who are very proud of themselves, because now they're empowered to do something about the situation, and they're supported by the Wildlife Authority and CTPH. We support them and give them livelihood projects and teach them to herd the gorillas back to the park, and we also teach them to collect fecal samples from the night nests when they nest in community land, because that's when they're most likely to pick up diseases from the community, which is something that we've been doing, improving community health so that they don't make the gorillas sick. And we regularly analyze them in our Gorilla Health and Community Conservation Center. So that's Stephen, our third founder member. But how do we ensure a long-time future for the gorillas? We need to secure 1,000 acres of the yellow. We need 1,000 acres, and it's going to cost $10,000 per acre, $10 million. And you may wonder, this is a lot of money. Why is it a lot of money? Because this is a very high tourism area. The money from gorilla tourism contributes 60% of the money for the whole of the national parks in Uganda, of which there are 12 national parks, 10 national parks, and 12 wildlife reserves. So 60% of the revenue for the government comes from gorillas, and there are many lodges. When I wrote Working with Gorillas and published it in 2023, there were 70 lodges, and now there's probably 80 or more. So if we don't buy the land from the community, they'll sell it to the tour operators, because now tourism has come back up after the pandemic. So we met with the community members a few months ago, and we looked at the area of the neck. Where we're pointing is the area of the neck. Had meetings with them to talk about the need to buy this land. They'd rather sell it to us than to a tour operator, because they've become conservationists. They want the gorillas to have a secure future. And they know that the more gorillas they are, the more their children will benefit, because they've really lifted them out of poverty, and the more that tourism will thrive. So we worked with a lawyer, Maureen. She went with Ebenezer, our trusted staff member, to meet the local leaders and to meet the communities. And we sat down and got free, prior, and informed consent from 277 landowners. And they all agreed that they want to sell their land to us. As soon as possible. And in fact, by the time they left, more landowners came up wanting to sell their land. So it's a race against time, because they also went with the surveyors, and we mapped out the area that is urgent. So the area that's most urgent, where we got informed consent, is the red area, and it's 300 acres, of which we need $3 million to secure it as soon as possible. I get phone calls all the time. When are you coming to buy our land? You know, people really want to sell land to increase the protected habitat for the mountain gorillas that have changed their lives. And so the threats continue. The building up in the area is continuing. For those who've been to the Buhoma side of Bwindi, this is what you see. There's more and more infrastructure, more and more lodges are going to come up. And so it's a race against time, because if we're able to secure the land, it's going to be a win-win situation for the gorillas, for the community, for conservation, and for tourism. And the numbers will continue to grow. So if we want to keep seeing gorillas forever, our children, our grandchildren, we really need to protect them. And we want that trend to keep getting bigger, the gorilla to keep getting bigger and bigger as we keep going for the future. And we need support from the WCN donors. Thank you so much for supporting us so far. But this is an opportunity to really secure the habitat for our closest cousins. Thank you.
So many opportunities today to make so much good in the world. Gladys, what made you think about the connection between health and the gorillas, and making sure that you're taking care of the communities as well as the wildlife?
Thank you. I discovered this when working as the first veterinarian for the Uganda Wildlife Authority. They told me the gorillas had developed scabies. Actually, no, we got there and they said the gorillas were scratching and developing white scaly skin. And then we found out that they had scabies, or sarcoptic mange. And we realized later on that it came from the people living around the park, because those particular gorilla groups were always going outside the park to eat people's banana plants, as you saw in the presentation, because they were ranging in areas they used to range before gorilla tourism began and before they had lost their fear of people. So people put out dirty clothing on scarecrows to chase away baboons, gorillas, and other wildlife. And actually, baboons are even a worse offender but they complain more about the gorillas because they know how much people are paying to see them. And so they picked up scabies. Sadly, we lost a baby gorilla, but we were able to treat the rest, and they recovered. We treated them with ivermectin. Ivermectin treats scabies, but not COVID, by the way. And then we realized that I asked the communities, and I spoke to human doctor friends of mine, and they told me that the most common skin disease in people is scabies. And so because we share over 98% genetic material, they can easily pick up what we have, and it will be worse with them if they have never been exposed. And so there was another scabies outbreak in another part of the forest, and the veterinarians who handled it, because I had now started my zoo medicine residency in North Carolina, they were able to quickly treat all of them with ivermectin because we had had that first experience. And so, yeah, that's why we did it.
Great.
And I felt like you can't protect the gorillas without improving the health of their human neighbors. And that's when I started a One Health journey.
I love it. It's so important. I think what we've seen through land purchase today, and maybe we didn't talk about it quite as much, is that indigenous communities and local people really are a big part of this land conservation equation, and we must do it in partnership. And I think the fact that you guys did your informed prior consent is amazing, and thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. I'm going to send you off, and we're going to wrap up for today, so thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much, Kelly, and everybody. Thank you. And coffee, okay.
Thank you all for making it to the bitter end with us. I'm so glad that you all were here today. Each one of you gives me hope, and while the world has challenges, I see a lot of hope in the fact that you all are here today with us. You're helping conservation just by being here. You are also our messengers. We have a staff of about 40. We can't do it all ourselves, so we rely on you to share your stories that you heard today with your friends, your family. Someone asks you what you did this weekend. Do your best to inspire them, just as we do our best to inspire you. A huge thank you to our Expo sponsors, Disney Conservation Fund and Wilson Sonsini. We couldn't do it without you. And my wish is that you all leave today inspired by conservation that hopefully brought you a little closer to the wildlife we all love. So let's take that inspiration and turn it into action. Like I said, you are our mouthpiece. The challenges are big, but as you saw today, the solutions work. From trees for cotton-top tamarins to corridors for elephants, I, for one, know that it's great to have the opportunity to help wildlife big and small. The WCN model builds on 20 years of trust-based relationships, and I've been here for most of that time. It's getting to know people, getting to know where your dollars go, getting to know what you're supporting is what this is all about. So I hope you had some really great moving conversations today that brought you a little closer to the work on the ground. If you didn't, shoot me an email and we'll make sure you do in the future. Keep in mind that 100% of any designated donation goes directly to that project of your choice. This is possible because of WCN's also core supporters who help support us so that we can help support the conservationists. So for that, I thank those of you that are a part of that. No gift is too big, no gift is too small, except no gift is too big. And please, you can visit our website, call your donor advised fund, make a stock gift, send a check, no, don't send your pennies. Or think about WCN when you think about what your legacy is going to be. I'll say it again, you are our community, and beyond your financial support, your voice matters. Please stay connected to the work we do, either that's through our social media, through our newsletters. All of the conservation partners also have newsletters and social media channels, so if you follow all of them, I promise you a lot of great photos in your newsfeed. So make sure you stay connected with us. And join us for future events. Most important thing, help us bring new people into this wonderful community that we all love so much. I'm going to leave you with a thought from the iconic Jane Goodall, and that she really knew that pushing it forward to future generations is what's going to help us save this planet. And her rallying cry for Roots and Shoots is together we can and together we will. So with that, thank you all for being here, and together we will.